And we are recording.
Okay.
I have 4:03.
Okay. So this is the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, Wednesday, March 3rd, 4:03 p.m. Please call roll.
Member Schmidt?
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Member LaHood?
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Fraser?
Present.
Member Fraser present. Member Padmanabhan?
Present.
Member Padmanabhan present. Member Wong?
Present.
Member Wong present. Member Stein?
Here. Present.
Member Stein present. Vice Chair Yankee?
Present.
Vice Chair Yankee present. Member Highland?
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Jones-Neighbors?
Present.
Member Jones-Neighbors present. Member Forsley?
Hello, I'm here, present.
Member Forsley present. Chair Wolf?
Present.
Chair Wolf present. We have a quorum.
Very good. Thank you. Please
Read the preamble.
read the opening.
Okay. Remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order Number N3320, declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak, and Mayor London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process.
Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Okay, let's call the first item.
Call to order roll call and agenda items. We have called roll call. Do we want to discuss the agenda item that came up with City Hall building management, Bruce?
No, we'll do that when we
Call that case?
when we get to it. Yeah.
Okay.
But we do need to waive the rules to allow for more than one file per
petitioner.
Right. So what this is, members, we have a rule that only allows 2 files per petitioner per meeting. So there's room for other people. We are at a point now where we're kind of slogging through our backlog, and we're now up to a point where we're starting to move up with multiple files of the same petitioner. So we need to waive the rules in order to be able to hear additional. It's up to you whether you think we should do this or not. There are 3 files on the agenda for today from the same petitioner. So I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to move.
Second.
So please call out your name. So if you're on the phone, I can't tell who's who. So moved by
Member Highland.
Seconded by Member Fraser.
Okay, great. So, is there any discussion on the matter, members? Okay, public
Yeah,
comment? Yes, member Forson.
I'm new and I might have missed this. Is this going to be ongoing or just for this specific situation?
We do it per meeting.
No,
it's
but I
only-
mean the waiving of the allowing the same person.
We will do it on a per meeting basis.
So we'll have to waive it at the beginning of each meeting.
If this is the case, yes.
Okay, so this is not a blanket one. We can. Okay.
No. If you're interested in having something like that, we can, it's the task force prerogative to waive the rules in that way. But we do want to be able to schedule and allow enough space for other people. But the thing is that we got backed up in previous years where we just, how they came in, we would just put them on the agenda, and there wasn't enough diversity of complainants. So this was the way to kind of do that, and also provide a little bit of kind of nudging to folks to think about how many complaints that they're filing with us and when they'll be heard.
So I'm just have another question.
Sure.
But this is a situation where somebody could get potentially annoyed if we like change the process for each complainant.
No, it depends. I mean, we're trying to also expedite. So this is kind of it worked. There's many prongs to this.
Okay.
So we're trying to expedite in order to keep with our backlog. But at the same time, if we didn't have any other cases that were available for this meeting, and we decided that we wanted to have all three of these, or more, then we would just approve it on a meeting by meeting basis.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions? Sure. Let's go to public comment. Public comment on the motion. Last call for public comment. Okay, seeing no more public comment, we ready for a vote? Please call roll.
Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Frazier?
Aye.
Member Frazier, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors,
Is it
aye.
possible to make public comment? I was muted apparently.
Sorry.
We're voting. In the middle of a vote, sorry.
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
No.
Member Forsley, no. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to allow more than 2 items per petitioner at today's hearing has passed.
Thank you. Please call the next item. Or is there any other changes or adjustments to the agenda? Okay, hearing none. The only thing I will just announce is that the number, was it 6 and 7? 6 and 7, Cheryl?
19134 and 19136. Yes, 6 and 7.
Both the respondents will not be here. So when the cases come up, we'll hear some of the issues around that because we need to engage the petitioner on those issues. Okay, let's call the next item.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Information Technology Committee meeting of December 17.
Okay, so we're approving these minutes because the IT committee has not met in quite some time, and the task force has an obligation to approve minutes when they're outstanding from any of the committees. So if there are any changes or adjustments to these minutes, let's entertain a motion to approve them.
I was there, so I will move to approve those meeting minutes. And if anyone has questions about them, because I know it was just a committee meeting, I'm happy to answer them as best as I can recall.
Right. And I will second it because I also was present at that meeting. Chair Wolf. Okay, any questions, changes, or adjustments to the minutes for the IT committee? Okay, let's move to public comment. Any public comment on these minutes?
Yes, a clarification, please.
Just a moment. Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
Hi, this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. I was having difficulty with understanding the minutes, but I didn't understand what it sounded like a male voice, who I don't think was identified, said something about the minutes, and I thought he maybe said that he's available to answer questions. I wasn't clear what that was, or if there were questions to be asked or the meeting to be discussed, how to get in touch. So I'd appreciate if, just as a physical difficulty matter of understanding, we might hear who that was and what they said.
So that was Vice Chair Yankee who made the motion and offered for any questions he would be available to answer them at this meeting. Any other public comment?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Any other public?
Yes, please.
Who is this?
This is anonymous.
Just a moment. Go ahead, Anonymous.
Thank you. That comment is regarding, excuse me, PDF page 5, which is minutes page 4. It says that Hank Heckel, who is the compliance officer for the mayor, cited Public Records Act section 6294 and 6253A. I don't think there is a 6294. Even if it is, it has nothing to do with what we were discussing that day. That's the citation of 6294 is likely either one of the two information security threat exemptions. So someone may want to just check that one number before it's finalized. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Any other public comment? Last call for public comment. Okay, please call roll.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Member Frazier?
Aye.
Member Frazier, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. The motion to approve the December 17 minutes from the Information Technology Committee passes.
Thank you. Please call the next item.
Just a moment. Item number 3, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force orientation and January 6, 2021 meeting, and January 12 special meeting, and February 3, 2021 meeting. I made the adjustments that were discussed at the February meeting, so I hope everything's okay now. I'm sure I'll hear.
Okay. So let's take them one at a time then. For the January 6th meeting, any changes, adjustments to that, and a motion? Is there a motion to approve these minutes?
I'll make a motion. This is Member Wong to approve the January minutes.
This is January 6th. Okay, moved by Member Wong. Is there a second?
This is Member Frazier. I second.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no changes or adjustments from members, let's open a public comment.
Yes,
Any public
please.
comment on the minutes of January 6th, 2021?
Yes, anonymous, please. Well,
I heard you.
thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. If you remember, I had suggested various changes. I just wanted to note the substantive change, and Ms. Leger has made it. The substantive change was the correction to the motion on page 5 of the minutes, which is page 6 of your PDF, or P14 on the footer. The motion, as stated by Member Yankee, was that FAMSF had to disclose COFAM and the foundation's records, even if they were the foundation's records. Originally, last time when this came up, it said COFAM or FAMSF, which is the city department. And so the suggestion I made here is that that should read COFAM or FAMF, which is the foundation. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing none. Are you ready for a vote? Okay, please call the roll.
Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Frazier?
Aye.
Member Frazier, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to approve the January 6, 2021 minutes has passed.
Okay, thank you. On the meeting minutes of January 12th, 2021, is there a motion?
This is Member Frazier. I move to approve the minutes.
Okay,
The
thank
February meeting.
It's actually January 12th.
Oh, excuse me. January 12th.
Right. Is there a second? Is there a second?
This is Member Neighbors. I second.
A moved by Member Frazier, second by Member Neighbors. Any changes or adjustments to these minutes of January 12th, 2021? Okay, let's open a public comment. Any public comment? Last call for public comment. Hearing no further public comment, are we ready for a vote? Please call the roll.
Member Frazier?
Aye.
Member Frazier, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to approve the minutes from January 12, 2021 passes.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
and
you.
now we do February 3rd.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes of February 3rd, 2021?
I have a few corrections. This is Vice Chair Yankee.
Okay.
Okay, let me get them and then I can follow you along.
Okay.
Okay, yes, okay. What were you thinking?
Okay, so under the call to order section, I believe you misspelled Member Padmanabhan's last name.
Yeah, the B and the H. You're
I
right.
think it ends with an N, not an M, but you can correct me if I'm wrong.
You are right.
Okay, so then there's that one. Then let me know when you're ready, Cheryl.
Yep, ready.
Okay, so then under, hang on, trying to find where I was, sorry, give me 1 sec. On PDF page, I'm sorry, or P32 at the bottom, the vote for item number 6, which is above the item number 7, you're missing my name in the roll call.
Hang on a second. Item 6,
Yes.
20062.
It was 20062, yes, the final.
Yes.
The final motion, the one that's on the top of P32.
Okay, I have you on the first motion to find jurisdiction that the records are public. The
Right,
motion
so-
passed, and there you are.
Yep, the one on top of P32. The final
Okay.
motion on that. item.
Action moved by Member Yankee, second by Member Wong to find.
No, the one that says moved by Chair Wolf, second by Chair Wong.
Oh, you're right. Need Yankee.
Okay, and then the last thing is, I recall Member LaHood was absent for some of these votes, but it looks like she had come in at
7:55.
right, but she's showing as voting on all of these items, and so maybe she can verify if she really did vote on all these items, but I thought she was absent for some of them.
I was absent, and in fact, I ducked out of the room on the vote that happened right after I came back because I had not heard the matter.
That's what I thought. So Cheryl, you might want to check and see which one of these
Check the
votes
tape.
you have her on all of them, and I think she was absent for some of those. So you might want to double check that.
All right. Do you know approximately what time you removed yourself from the meeting? So have you coming
Yes,
back
I
in
was-
at 5 to 8?
I left at 5 o'clock.
Oh,
Yeah, so I don't think she voted on most of these file numbers. Cheryl.
do you remember? Okay, right. Member LaHood was noted absent at 5:01 p.m. So she didn't hear, you did not hear the matter from Patrick Monette Shaw, 20010. Am I correct?
Yeah, as far as I recall, in fact, I think when I returned, there was one vote, again, which I stepped out of the room for because I had not heard the matter. And then I think after that, we transitioned to our other orientation discussion.
Okay, so you were not present for the Monette Shaw matter. There were 3 motions, I believe. Nope, 2. Okay. So she left at 5. So she probably wasn't on this one either. Okay, and then you were noted present at 7:55. So,
That is correct.
okay. So I want to take you out of that too. Thank you for pointing that out, Matthew. That's very helpful.
Sure. Okay, so
Anything
that's all
else?
I had. That's all I had. So unless someone else has anything, I'll make the motion to approve with those changes.
Yes, I will make those changes. I'll do it tomorrow morning.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Yankee. Is there a second?
I seconded Forsley.
Great. Member Forsley, second. Any further comments or discussion on the matter? Okay, public comment now.
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
Yes. Good afternoon. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and also by U.S. Postal Service, P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I have taken it as a habit to spend a fair amount of time repeating on every agenda item how we may be reached if anybody should ever want to get in touch. This is something that we don't do at regular meetings, and we do it here because there is no opportunity, as there would be at a regular meeting, for the ordinary intercourse that happens where people simply can walk up to somebody who's another member of the public, for example, and say something to them, give them a business card, take a business card from them, and so on. So I'm very disappointed that the name of the group of which I'm head is not mentioned consistently as I do, and the contact information is not mentioned at all. I think it would be appropriate if somebody takes the time, and actually a considerable amount of their public comment time, to include that information, that it be included at least sometimes within each meeting, and preferably every time that they do, presumably since it's so important. So I think it's important, the whole concept of denying people their name, denying people their association. I don't think you hesitate when there's somebody who is an official from the city, so-and-so head of or title as head of a certain department, that you mention their department. And I would like to see those things included in the minutes. Is that gone? My time is up, or what is that?
You've got 30 seconds, sir.
Thank you. I would like to have included, whenever I've mentioned title, organization, contact information, to have that in the minutes. Thank you very much.
Any other public comment?
Yes, please, anonymous.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Excuse me if I'm hard to, a bit of a sinus today. There's a tiniest of corrections. It's on page 2, the bottom sentence. The file number is 19115, not 1901115. That's all. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Page 2. It's one. Oh, it's one. Not. Oh, so the 0 has to be eliminated. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
All right, I can do that.
Okay. Last call for public comment. Hey, hearing no more. Public comments closed. Are we ready for a vote? Okay, please call the roll.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Frazier?
Aye.
Member Frazier, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to approve the February 3rd, 2021 minutes has passed.
Okay, great. All right, got through that pretty quickly. We will move to, since we haven't reached 5 o'clock yet, let's move to item number 5, and we'll come back to public comment at 5 o'clock when it's expected. So people are arriving, members of the public are arriving late, they can partake in it. Any concern or questions about that? Okay, great. Hearing no objection, let's move forward to item number 5.
Item number 5, file number 19131, complaint filed by Anonymous against Jose Cisneros, Teresa Buckley, and the Treasurer's Office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721, 24, 26, 27, by failing to respond to a request for records in a timely and or complete manner, failing to assist, withholding more than the minimally exempt portion of a public record. This case was heard by the Compliance and Amendments Committee on November 24 of last year and was referred to the task force.
Okay, great. Are both parties here?
Petitioner is present.
Is the Treasurer's Office here? Hello?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Great.
Thank
This
you.
is Deborah Liu, Assistant Tax Collector Attorney, appearing on behalf of Treasurer Jose Cisneros.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's
I have a hand up from Member Wong. Do you have a question?
It's a point of privilege.
Yes, go ahead.
Can we ask that everyone mute who's not speaking? I'm having trouble hearing over the static right now.
Yeah, there is quite a bit. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Cheryl, it's your line that has some reason a lot of background noise. We'll have to work on that. Okay.
Yeah, apologies because there's nobody home, so I don't know where the noise is coming from.
It's technology. It has to do with your...
All right. Well, I have to bring this laptop in to get checked anyway, so maybe it is me. Okay. All right, apologies.
No problem. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have both parties here. Is there a summary from the Compliance and Amendments Committee?
Yeah, I can give a quick summary on this. So, this we found jurisdiction.
Hold on. This is Chair LaHood.
This is Chair LaHood speaking.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. This is regarding Prop G, or forward-looking calendars. We found jurisdiction in this matter, and it's clear that based on what we heard at our hearing, that the department has its own set of policies regarding withholding metadata that seem to be in conflict with the task force's recent rulings on that issue. So I think we'll have an interesting hearing today, and a lot of this should be familiar.
Okay, thank you. All right, Cheryl, you ready with the clock? Anonymous, you have 5 minutes for your opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Please let me know when I may begin.
Cheryl, you're going to have to unmute yourself.
I'm going to have to restart the clock. Let me restart the clock for you, sir, because I forgot it was, yeah. Go ahead, Anonymous.
Thank you very much. So this is case 19131, Anonymous versus the Treasurer Tax Collector. The presentation summary is on PDF page 112 or footer page P152. So on December 7th, 2019, over the weekend, I made my standardized request for certain past and future Proposition G and non-Proposition G calendar entries and certain sent and received emails of Mr. Cisneros, all with exact copies of metadata. They gave timely responses on December 10th. Interestingly, they gave me a response, then they asked me to retract that response, then they gave me a second response, and they asked me to retract the second response, and then they gave me a third response, which they called a second amended response, and they explicitly told me that was final. I filed a complaint. As the chair of the task force has told me not to discuss what happened after the filing of a complaint, I'm not going to do that. If you have questions about it, I'm happy to answer, but this is only up to what happened as of the date I filed a complaint. I have dropped some other allegations that I've discussed through with them, and I don't care about them anymore. So these are the ones remaining, which are exactly what Chair LaHood discussed. They, at the time, withheld all information about a future meeting between Cisneros and the mayor, instead of redacting solely the minimal records of security procedures of a local police agency, which are lawfully exempt under Government Code 6254F. They had originally given me all of it, then they retracted part of the entry, then they withheld in their file there. You have previously ruled that the mayor herself must disclose her own future calendar entries in SOTF 19103. The mayor has now started doing that in part, although recently your compliance committee sent a recommendation to the full task force that what they're doing is still not minimal redaction. But given that the mayor herself can't legally withhold her future and calendar entries, I don't see why Mr. Cisneros would be able to do that either. The second issue is a common issue that's not really related to metadata specifically, but it's happened throughout the history of your task force, which is when they're electronic records, some agencies print and scan them, which does not constitute a copy of the original records. There's an example in my original complaint filing where if you look at the images they're giving, they're so degraded because they print and scan them instead of actually providing the electronic PDF file. You can't even read them. And that's not acceptable. And you've previously ruled in at least 2 other cases versus the SFPD and Public Works that you do have to give the full electronic copy of the file. And if you go on the next page, we have what has become a common issue here, which is the city withholds all of the electronic metadata, claims all of it is an information security threat, though as we know, because the chief information security officer of the city was a witness for the city previously and testified, that's not the case. Only some types of metadata constitutes an information security threat. And the other agencies, you ordered them to disclose this information. They have been disclosing this now. The treasurer tax collector needs to join them as well. I can discuss the background of all of these 3 issues if you would like, but you've previously held identically in numerous recent cases. And I'm happy to explain anything more if that's necessary. That's it. Thank you very much. Excuse me.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant? Okay, hearing none. Respondent, your turn, 5 minutes for your opening remarks.
Thank you. Hold on. Let's see. The city
ready?
is exempt from. Yes, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm ready.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. The city is exempt from producing metadata under Government Code Section 6253.9A1 and subsection F. You've heard the argument. We make and maintain our position that the release of the metadata could cause disruption or irreparable harm from the release of this information if it's in the hands of an enabler who is a wrongdoer or a hacker. Or even in the case where there's human error, it's almost irreparable harm where we cannot take back the harm that somebody can cause. So for these reasons, we withheld the information, and unless there is clear guidance on what we can disclose, we have to withhold it.
Are you done?
Is that the end of your testimony? Okay, thank you.
That is it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing none. Members, this is our discovery portion. You can ask questions and ask for clarifications and whatnot to help you understand what's going on here. Member Stein, and then Member Forsley.
Yes, I wanted to ask because I know it's a point of contention in some of the documentation that I read, what a clear definition of metadata is. And I don't really want a clear definition here right now, but what I want to know is from the respondent, what metadata specifically is considered a security risk?
I am not an IT person either. So all I understand is that has some information of what changes have been made, what to the original document, and information of to who it's to, or thought processes and information that could be confidential and it's changed. All of that can be disclosed and perhaps shouldn't be, especially in documents that may be attorney-client privilege, work product privilege, or would otherwise be not subject to public disclosure. I can't answer directly as to what the information is in the metadata. So that's the best light I can shed at this time.
Okay, go ahead, Member Stein. You have a follow-up?
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to assess the rationale behind not disclosing when metadata remains this very cloudy, foggy category. I mean, if metadata just means who something has been CC'd to, that's kind of one thing. If it's not very clear to me the way that metadata is being used, what the problems with it are specifically.
Okay, thank you. Member Forsley.
Hi, my voice is a little hoarse, sorry. So just to follow up on what Member Stein said, if it seems like the metadata that was asked for as defined, what you guys are connecting to ask for is emails and calendar invites and calendaring type things. So as Member Stein said, it's more of like, did you guys come to a meeting of the minds regarding what the complainant is defining as metadata, and you're able to say like a check, this is what I can give you, this is what I can't give you, not so much the content, but the actual like transfer of information process and what the other person wants. So that's kind of a question, but what I understood it was calendaring things and emails. So beyond that, I guess the question is, what other metadata are you referring to?
Who is the question
to me?
Yes, who are you directing the question to?
It's to the complainant.
Sure, thank you very much. So the only two things that were requested in this request were the email headers and the calendar ICS metadata. So what what those things show is the email headers would show who it was sent to, from, to, CC, BCC, the date timestamp it was sent, and the date timestamp it was received. And then some portions of that I have conceded, and I totally agree with them. Some of the headers would be exempt, like IP addresses and authentication material. But you would have to, and what this task force has ordered in the past is they have to produce those headers that are, produce those portions which are not exempt, which this Department of Technology has deemed a huge number aren't exempt, and then not give the others. And the same exact thing applies to the calendar. The calendar ICS describes who invited whom, when did they invite them, who accepted the invite, what time it's going to be, how often it recurs. In the calendars, I don't believe anything was deemed to be a information security threat. Yeah, so what is not requested here is like Word document metadata, stuff that would show you how you change the file over time. The stuff she's talking about, like work product and stuff, that's actually not at issue in this complaint, and I'm not demanding it here. So.
Okay, and just a quick follow-up question. I did look through the emails, and it looks like they have the majority of like everything you just said. Like, maybe it's a specific page you're talking about, but from all the calendar invites, you can see the subject, the location, start, end time, things like that. So I'm just wondering where the problem has come in.
Sure. So when you give this in a header format, you'll be able to see not just the time that an email is sent, but also the time that it is received, and that's only in the headers. And in the calendars, you'd be able to see the timestamps of those actions as well, which is when they're doing it. But when it also shows email addresses, which these calendars do not. And you previously held that government email addresses are not confidential, while personal email addresses of the general public could be. But it's a completely different type of file when they give it in metadata format.
Okay, and potentially, the way I'm looking at it, potentially, it looks like someone just kind of captured the email and pressed print. It might be a printing issue, or they could take like a screenshot and get that information to you. It might be the format, but that's all I have right now.
So I just want to clarify before we get to member Schmidt and then member LaHood, and then member Jones-Neighbors. I just want to mention that for the purposes of metadata, it's not necessarily the headers that you see necessarily on the page, but it's also the hidden headers, the headers that you don't see. And that's why it's called metadata. It's that's what's behind it. And there is a very long list of those metadata headers. All the headers, the labels of the headers themselves are public. It is what comes after the colon that could be redacted. So just so for your reference,
Yes,
we've ruled on this many times.
I was going to say thank you for that clarification, and that's good to know in terms of how you're potentially using metadata. It sounds like potentially the treasurer, as she stated, not an IT person. I'm not sure if this is a conversation particularly with that particular person, because I would feel like something like this would need to be with IT person, because metadata is such a broad generalistic term that we can use it for specifically like what you were saying, but it's also just means like search terms or very, very broad things. But so that's, yeah.
Great. Okay, let's move on. Member Schmidt.
Yeah. Let's see. First, a question. I'll start with the anonymous. Both in your written document and in your presentation, and I'm going to actually quote from something that you submitted at 151. You said you've been told repeatedly by SOTF not to consider what happened after the filing of complaint, and so you've not done so. I guess I'm a little bit concerned about if you've been told that there's a clear rule that you cannot speak about anything that happened after the complaint. Can you tell me what you've been told and who has told you that?
Sure. So I believe it actually happened at my last SOTF hearing, where there was a discussion by, I think it was Public Works and myself, about what had happened after the complaint versus what had happened before the complaint. And I believe Chair Wolf forced me to clarify correctly that only what had happened at the time they had responded to my request and when I filed the complaint were relevant. And so I'm trying to abide by that here. But I've been told not just at that. I've been told at least at 2 different hearings, not just me, but the respondents as well, that it's as of the filing of the complaint.
Okay. Have you been given any rule, any citation to a rule that would support the idea that you can't talk about anything that comes after the filing of your complaint?
Do you mean, am I citing a rule? No.
No. I know you're not. I know you're not. But has anyone told you that there's a clear rule that says you can't do that?
I have not been cited a rule or a law. No, I'm just doing what I thought I was told. So.
Thank you. All right. Okay, I'm going to move to the respondent. Just a couple questions. Ms. Liu, have you spoken with anyone at the Department of Technology about changes that they are making in terms of releasing metadata in response to these type of requests?
I personally have not.
Do you know if anyone in your department has done so?
I do not.
Okay. Are you aware that?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Okay. Are you aware that the Department of Technology has been going through a process where they are making changes, and at least with regard to some, I don't know if it's some or all, but a lot of metadata, they've determined that they're going to figure out a way to release it. Are you aware that they're going through that process?
I understand something is going on, but I don't know for sure if I heard it from any part of it from Anonymous or part of, from some city attorneys, which would be attorney-client privilege. I just, I'm not privy to that direct information.
Okay, and
but I do believe that changes are coming.
Okay, but at this point, so far, the position that you're taking here, I believe that what you said is that your department is not releasing the metadata at this time, correct?
At this time?
Well, that's
that is
at this time, yes.
That is correct. As of this minute, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, Member Hood.
Yes, so others have addressed some of the issues I wanted to raise about the Department of Technology and the work they are doing to set guidelines for what should be released and what should be withheld. So I won't reiterate that. I did want to ask the respondent, though. I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. I thought you said that you needed to have a reason to release information. Isn't it that you need to have a reason to withhold information, that public information, including metadata, should be released unless there is a specific allowance for withholding?
You are correct. That's what I meant. But there are certain code sections that we thought do apply and that we are asserting, which is, as I said, Government Code Section 6253, 9A1 and F, and as well as Government Code Section 6254, 19. And you are correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I see some other hands, so I'll hand things off.
Okay, Member Jones Neighbors.
Thank you. This is a question for the respondent from Ms. Liu, and then perhaps Anonymous, you might, if you also can provide us with some insight, that would be welcome too. And I apologize because I know members of this board and both the petitioner and the respondent have probably gone over this many times and know it backwards and forwards, but for those of us who are newer to the commission and newer to the concept of metadata and how it pertains, I'm curious. I was listening to your argument, Ms. Liu, and you talked about the release of this information would be a disruption. It could cause potentially irreparable harm by a wrongdoer or a hacker. And then what I'm hearing is that the metadata is essentially timestamps, time sent and received on emails, government emails that are non-confidential that in fact probably most of us could find by Googling or other means, and that these are related to calendar entries. And I'm wondering if you could just help those of us who are newer in the commission understand kind of where in that, for these examples of what we're talking about, you could see a scenario for irreparable harm that would be an argument for not releasing, say, timestamps or government emails, and just kind of help us understand that. And again, Anonymous, if you've got anything to add on to that afterwards, that would be helpful too for us to understand.
Well, as I understand it, we released information having to do with other, emails, calendar entries, etc. But there was just one in particular that was withheld because it had to do with Mayor Breed and the treasurer. But regardless of that, I also thought that Anonymous mentioned that some of the information that he sought might bear some risk, but correct me if I'm wrong, having to do with the IP address that may be part of the metadata. He's probably in a better position to explain, what he said.
Okay, that part aside, so when you say having to do with the treasurer and with Mayor London Breed, is that about meeting information, about like when they would be meeting or where? Is that calendar information that you're speaking of?
That was calendar information, and that was a different issue, but that was the one we particularly withheld.
Okay. Okay. Anonymous, did you have anything else for us to help us understand those of us who are newer?
Sure. So I don't know if this is relevant to you because I'm anonymous. You can't prove this, but computer engineering is my expertise. It's why I originally went down this path of trying to find metadata from the city. And the idea here is that in an email, when you look at the email headers for an email, there are dozens and dozens of headers which will have names and values as your chair just mentioned. So a name would be something like received : or authentication -results : or BCC : and then the values they can be very different for each type of header. And the issue here is, can you exempt all of the headers because some of them are an IT security risk? I agree with them that some of them constitute an IT security risk, the values of some of those headers. But that doesn't mean, as I believe this task force has now repeatedly held, that the names, those public names, can be withheld, so that would tell you what they're withholding. And then the values for many of them they're not security sensitive by any means. And so the idea here is the Department of Technology, as has been alluded to here, after you made your initial rulings a little bit over a year ago now, they developed a tool to automate that so that the departments can simply say, okay, automatically remove all the information security material from it, and then you can give records requesters everything else. So that's the status right now of what happened.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you both for the information.
Okay, any other questions or clarifications needed? Okay, are we ready for rebuttals? Okay, let's move to rebuttals. Respondent goes first. You have 3 minutes.
My rebuttal is very short. I think that these documents
Hang on, ma'am. Ma'am, I have to start the clock. Go ahead.
Okay. Because of the risk that disclosure could cause, revealing information that could be vulnerable or otherwise fall into the hands of the wrong persons. Until there are guidelines, we are properly withholding the information. And we've cited sections that are applicable where disclosure is not required. And so we stick by what we have to do to preserve the systems and the networks and the integrity for the city. Thank you.
Okay, petitioner, you have 3 minutes.
Hang on a second.
Yes, let me know when I may begin.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. So just to go back to the presentation, as a reminder, first of all, there are non-electronic records, non-metadata issues, a pretty important issue here, which is, and this is on page 152 footer or page 112 of the PDF, which is, can you withhold all information about a future meeting with the mayor or not? I believe we've shown pretty consistently that you can't do that. You can't withhold all the information. You can withhold the security procedures. These are not information security, so let's not confuse the matter. This is like physical police security procedures of a local police agency. I know what it says on that page because I've seen many other departments release that same exact page. It's the monthly department head meeting with the mayor, and so they should have to disclose any part that's not a security procedure, and they should have to produce exact copies of records. And this thing about, well, I was asked, why does it matter what happens before or after the complaint? It's because not only people like me who are going to know how to complain should be able to have access to the exact copies of public records. And whenever someone asks for a copy, they're entitled to a copy. And they shouldn't have to say, well, only if I know how to complain, then I complain, and then they go start doing stuff. You should, that's fine. No, everyone should have access. It's why I bring these complaints. It's because I want this department to know that they have to provide this to everyone. And they should do that, and you've held that multiple times in the past. I think there is a substantial amount of metadata that's not at all information security risk. They should have to produce that, as you've held many times in email headers and calendar ICS data. So I would ask that you do some or all of what I have suggested on page 113 or 153 on the bottom, which is find that they violated 6726 for withholding all information about a future meeting between Cisneros and the mayor, 67.21 for printing and scanning electronic records, which does not constitute a copy of the original records, or you can do it at 6726 for withholding the images, hyperlinks, and email addresses, whichever way you want to do it. You've done it in different ways in the past. And 6726 for withholding all non-exempt email and calendar metadata instead of minimally redacting it, and order them to disclose the records appropriately and refer the matter to compliance. I'm just trying to think through your questions if there's anything else I should address.
20 seconds, sir.
No, that's it. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, members, this is our time to deliberate and to develop a motion. Go ahead, Member Forsley.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about both sides of what's going on, and I just took some notes I have to read. So it seems like, to me, I could be wrong, that potentially, initially, if he was somehow liaisoned with the IT department and had like a checklist of the things that he specifically wanted to get in terms of what metadata he's talking about, I don't think that he should be potentially put in direct contact with the IT department, because you probably don't want to have just members of the public involved with your IT department directly. But if he got connected, with the IT department, I feel like some of the metadata things would be answered. But then also, it seems like the city is kind of preemptively talking about a security risk. But then when I look at the information or other metadata provided, I mean, all of the information has the people, it shows like a good amount of information. So I'm not sure if it doesn't seem like the case is addressing what's actually happening here, or the complaint is actually addressing what we're talking about. And it seems like it could potentially just be a matter of connecting the right people before making a violation.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Yankee.
Okay, just a few things. I'll kind of touch on the metadata part because this was kind of the discussion we had in those meeting minutes that we took a look at earlier today. And so for the metadata, each department, and we're actually, as far as I could tell, not seeing any metadata in this file pack. The metadata would look a lot more like, I'm not an IT person, but it looks kind of like code gibberish stuff to me. So I don't think we're seeing any of it. And I think that's part of the issue here, is that none of the metadata was turned over. We're seeing, things like, headers and such, but this is basically what you would get if you opened up a calendar invitation or something on your Outlook calendar and hit print, right? So I think there is an issue with no metadata being turned over. We've ruled on this repeatedly that, metadata is required to be turned over unless there's a specific portion of that metadata that would be a security risk. So this might be some portion like an IP address that would be included within, for instance, and I'm not saying that would or would not be, just as an example. And so the IT department, from my understanding, is available and willing to help each city department and agency determine what is and is not a security risk. So I think that conversation between the treasurer tax collector and the IT department definitely needs to take place. And then I think there's a separate issue of the calendar invitation that usually withheld, all the information within. That's not a metadata issue, but that's just all the information being withheld. And so I think that's, again, something we've seen before with prior cases where, we've ruled that certain security procedures, potentially could be, redacted, but this seems to be a redaction of the entire record, and to me that seems excessive. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Member LaHood, then Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the issue of Member Forsley. You bring up an interesting point, which is, if the department were willing to work with the petitioner and, could other things have been figured out? And over time, absolutely. And we've often seen departments be very responsive to guidance. That said, I think it is the role of the task force, if there is a petitioner here seeking a ruling, even if they've already received the information they sought, if they felt as though there was some violation along the way, it's, they can still ask for us to read that. And I just, at this point, the petitioner is here and is still seeking help from us. So even if we see an easy, clear path to solving it, I think we still have to evaluate it as the complaint was presented.
Member Schmidt, you're on mute.
Thanks. I had to do it at least once during the meeting. I see two categories here. One is the security of the mayor, and then two, the metadata issue. And the problem that I see in this case with each category is I think there may be questions later on about the extent of how much metadata or metadata and related information has to be exposed or given. But right now, this is a blanket refusal, and we know that certain metadata has to be produced. And I think that my thought is that in accordance with prior rulings that have been made here, yeah, they can't refuse on all metadata. Now, on the protection of the mayor issue, I wouldn't go so far as to say that they have no way to assert that as an issue, but they haven't made any effort here to show why there's some safety concern for the mayor. They've made no showing. They simply say, well, who knows, maybe that's a possibility, so we're not going to give up any information on those meetings. And so in both situations here, I think that the simply saying we're not going to give it and not giving any evidence to back it up, those are the reasons why I'm definitely going to vote for what Anonymous is seeking.
Okay, thank you. I have Member Frazier, then Member LaHood, then Member Padmanabhan.
Thank you. I'm inclined, like Member Schmidt, to side with the complainant. I do think, just to flag, and excuse me for new member ignorance perhaps, if there is a means to source our technical knowledge from someone other than the parties involved, I think that would be great going forward. I do want to thank Anonymous for lending their 2 cents. But I think from a neutrality standpoint, it would be great to find another neutral source to provide answers to those questions. From my own understanding and experience with metadata in my professional capacity, I think there's a lot of different definitions, which is part of the problem about what do you define as metadata. But here, as Member Schmidt was pointing out, I think there's, and as other members have pointed out, the real concern here, in my opinion, is releasing something like IP addresses. And to the extent the security concern is presented about location and date information, arguably that's a concern anytime the mayor schedules a public event. So as Member Schmidt was pointing out, I think we'll need to see a higher threshold of defense as to why there's a real security threat about this information.
So I just want to interject here for a second for just some clarification. So the task force has been involved in the metadata issue for almost a little over a decade now. And so we clearly have, and maybe this is something that an FAQ for everyone might be helpful, that we consider the metadata to be, as I explained before, the data that is contained in a file, but that is hidden from view, that can be revealed if you're looking like at a web page or as an email. You can reveal the headers, so to speak, or in like Gmail, it's like show the original kind of thing. But what has happened over the course of the past year is that the Department of Technology has software now that actually helps custodians choose which data that they want not revealed or to be redacted. It includes all the headers. So somebody can say, I just want this or that header. That's great. But if they're asking for all metadata, then all of it gets revealed and the custodian has the choice to redact this or that, and then apply the Sunshine Ordinance accordingly with why that information is to be withheld. So I'll stop there. I'll put myself on the stack when everybody else is finished. Who do we have next? Member LaHood?
No, I had accidentally hit the button twice.
Okay, and Member Padmanabhan?
My question was answered. You just answered my question.
Okay, great. And Member Forsley?
Thank you for clarifying that. I think that answers my question that we do technically have a defined definition of what we're defining specifically for the purpose of these meetings and administering this process as metadata. So that definitely helps. So the question I have for the respondent would be, Based on Member Wolf's definition, did you know that that was the definition of metadata when you produced the documents?
So my predecessor produced the documents. I was not involved, but I have seen it. I mean, I've seen the documents. I have not seen the metadata. Does that help?
Well, if we don't have to put the metadata part in it, just like, well, I guess I'm just wondering, so you have no idea what they knew about the definition that Member Wolf just said?
Right. I would assume they knew, but I don't know that they knew. I would be speculating. I mean, I have a general idea of what metadata is, but I really don't know. So I can't say what they knew and what they didn't know, but I know that, you know, there are concerns, and this is a hot topic.
Okay, thank you. So my comments are, before I go, does anybody else have any last thoughts? Okay, so I want to go to their citations for withholding. They specifically cite Government Code 6353.9, subparagraph A, subparagraph 1. This is the California Public Records Act, which we have full authority and jurisdiction over. I'm not quite sure. This particular section speaks of an allowance, not a restriction, which is, so it's a little odd to me that this would be cited. Just quickly, it's very short. It says, unless otherwise prohibited by law, any agency that has information that constitutes an identifiable public record not exempt from disclosure pursuant to this chapter, that is in an electronic format, shall make that information available and in electronic format when requested by any person, and when applicable, shall apply with the following. 1, the agency shall make the information available in any electronic format in which it holds the information. So I'm a little kind of a little confused by the respondent's use of this section as a defense, because they haven't cited that it was prohibited by law anywhere else, and they didn't discuss that it was exempt from disclosure by any other citation. They just said that it was some security issue. So that is of concern to me. Also, they cited 6254.19, which says, nothing in this chapter shall be construed to require the disclosure of an information security record of a public agency if, on the facts of the particular case, disclosure of that record would reveal vulnerabilities to or otherwise increase the potential for an attack on an information technology system of a public agency, period. I have not heard that a calendar or an email is considered a quote unquote information security record, number one. And number two, that it was pertaining to a particular case. So to me, this sounds more like what you would find in investigation. So an investigation could be considered a security record, and it would be part of a particular case. That would be an example. So I did not hear enough of a defense, nor did I read enough of a defense in their response letter to us that would activate this particular section of the California Public Records Act. It's just to me, it's just seems like they're trying to use it as a blanket statement or a blanket defense, because there's some sense that there might be a security issue with the release of these particular records. So I also find it difficult when citations like this come up, especially when there is withholding or redactions, that there isn't enough of a detailed explanation. Some of you had mentioned it before. Enough explanation is to, like, tell me why this is a security risk. Give me an example why this could be a security risk. I mean, it's that kind of thing. We've had plenty of cases where we've heard some of these things before. So we have a lot of foundation that we can reflect on. If a respondent wants to bring a new or something else that may be different than what we've heard before, that's great. I'd love to hear it any day, every time. But I'm not hearing it here. And so that's what's leaving me with the same conclusions so the rest of some of you have made with regards to this. Anything else? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion. Is there a motion? We need a motion, folks.
Do we also need to discuss at this time before moving to a motion the other pieces of this complaint around the printing and scanning of electronic records item as well, or is that a separate discussion?
No, this will be part and parts. The motion that will be made would be part and parcel to it. Any discussion around that or questions that the task force members had, they would have asked it prior to rebuttals. You'll hear what the motion is. Unfortunately, we do not allow the parties to participate in public comment when the motion is made. And that's the way our process works. So members, is there a motion?
I would like to make a motion that the respondent violated 67.26 for withholding all information about a future meeting between Cisneros and the mayor, as well as 67.21 for printing and scanning electronic records, which does not constitute a copy of the original records, as well as 67.26 for withholding hyperlinks, URLs, and email addresses. And finally, 67.26 for withholding all non-exempt email and calendar metadata instead of minimally redacting it.
I'll second that.
Okay. I'll just ask for a clarification on 6721. Is there a specific subsection?
I believe it's I don't have a subsection in my notes identified.
Okay. It'd be good
I'm
to.
sorry. I didn't announce myself. I seconded. This is Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I got it.
21 should be.
This is Vice Chair Yankee. May I suggest B, perhaps? 21B?
Okay. Maker of the motion.
I'll accept that. Yeah.
Accept that. B, 6721B.
Yeah.
Okay. Second, Member Schmidt, do you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion is to find in violation of 6721B, 6726, and was there one more?
Those are the only two that I cited.
Only two. Okay.
I
Great.
think you cited 6726 a couple of times, but it wasn't just withholding. You said for withholding hyperlinks and addresses, and there was a third item.
There's future meeting between Cisneros and the mayor, hyperlink URLs and email addresses, and also for withholding all non-exempt email and calendar metadata instead of minimally redacting.
Got it. Okay. Great. Okay. Any debate on the motion? Okay, let's open up for public comment. Cheryl, when you're ready.
Okay, do we have a public commenter?
There's one here.
Mr. Warfield?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. We're not a party to this complaint, and we're not familiar with much in the way of details here, but I do have some observations that to make, and that is, first of all, I appreciate very much the discussion that's been held by the members and the chair and so on. I think that that's very useful, although sometimes when you refer to prior discussions, for those of us who haven't been around for all of the meetings in the last 10 years, that might be helpful to just either refresh memory or at least be a little more explicit. The first concern that I have is where is the knowledgeable respondent? The rules say that you want to have a knowledgeable person from the complainant, and I think it is, excuse me, very inappropriate that there is somebody who repeatedly has answered very vaguely or unclear on what specifically is the matter. At one point there was a question, the answer was, what's the risk? And it's the information is vulnerable. Well, information is vulnerable if you put it on a bulletin board. How is that going to damage in some fashion the department? So I think that the question of who have they sent is actually an issue of potential violation of the procedures that you have. There is also something with respect to something that I think has rarely been brought up, and that is Section 67.21-1, policy regarding use and purchase of computer systems. That hasn't been specifically cited, but what it says is in Section B, well, overall, basically it says that departments are supposed to make sure, certainly as much as possible, that they separate in any computer system they use
30 seconds, sir.
or purchase, that they separate the disclosable and the non-disclosable portions. So I'll read from Section B1, implementing a computer system in which exempt information is segregated or filed separately from otherwise disclosable information. And number B2, they have to implement a system that permits reproduction of electronic copies of records in a format that's generally recognized in an industry standard format. So the separation, it's a question whether they have done that or not. And if they haven't, I think that's another violation. Sir. Thank you.
Next speaker. Any other public comment? Last call for public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Members, anything else on this matter? Are we ready for a vote? So I would like to support the public commenters' suggestion on 6721-1B because I think it is applicable based upon the to add it, to amend to the motion, because I think it's based upon the testimony we've heard and on the response from the respondent in writing. It's clear that this is not happening. Now, granted, the metadata software is somewhat new, and it may not have made its way around the rest of the city. The treasurer's office is pretty significant, very high level department of government here, and if they're going to be making a case that the information at this level that we're talking about is of such high security, then one would think that the Department of Technology would have engaged already to know about what is and what isn't available. I also think it's a good, probably a good project for us in the IT area to start developing maybe some citywide memoranda on what we consider, what we're considering here on such things. So I'll move to amend to add violation of 67.21-1 B1 and 2, because 2 also applies within the reproduction of the electronic records in an industry standard format, which obviously this has not been done in that way. So that's my motion. That's from Chair Wolf. Is there a second?
I have a question. Can the industry standard copies?
Can we, Member Forsley, we're in just by parliamentary procedure.
Oh, okay.
We can't discuss it unless it's been brought to the floor with a second.
Member Highland
seconds.
okay. Member Highland seconds.
Okay, great. Okay, now Member Forsley, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I was actually going to ask, can we separate out the industry standard violation from the rest of the things? But I guess now that it's been seconded, it can't be.
Wait, why? What is the reason? Can you give a reason?
Because I'm going to vote one way on one and the other way on the other.
Okay, got it. Let's do this. You can do this, okay? So there's a little parliamentary procedure process here. We'll go through this. And I'm not open to doing that. I think it's applicable. If you want to, after this motion is voted on, to have it severed or separated into a separate motion, we can then, you can make a motion and see if other people agree with you on that. How's that?
Okay, I'll think about it. Thank you for that information.
Sure. Just a little parliamentary shuffle that happens here, just keep things in order. Member LaHood? You're on mute. You're on mute. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Forgive me, I'm confused. You made a motion to amend?
Yes, I made a motion to amend the original motion to add 67.21-1B, 1 and.
And doesn't the maker of the motion have to accept that?
No, I'm making a subsequent motion.
Okay, got it.
Right, and then So then we'll open this up for public comment, and after public comment, we'll vote on it. If it fails, then the original motion stands. If it passes, then it gets added to the original motion. Clear? Okay, great. Any other, so let's open it up for public comment now. Public comment on the amendment.
This is Deborah Liu. I have a concern that you are charging us with a new violation that we have no notice and no opportunity to meaningfully reply. This is all like new to us, and I think it may be a violation of due process. We haven't investigated any facts. I just don't know. I'm getting blindsided.
Well, ma'am, it's all based upon the information that you testified and that you provided us in the record. So that's what we're basing our decisions on. We're not inventing something new.
Okay, but it's talking about departments purchasing a new computer system. I don't know about
that means
what
at
that
any
has happened.
That means at any time there are new computer systems, and if these two items are not, if you're not able to provide these two items in current state, when a new computer system was purchased, you know, that's what we're claiming here. So it's a little. I understand what you're saying. I appreciate that. We're going to move ahead with the vote of this amendment, and we'll see if it passes or fails. You'll have an opportunity to reconsider any of our decisions. It's part of our complaint process. So thank you very much.
Is anonymous allowed to speak because the other party was allowed to speak, or no?
Yes, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
While I understand and I appreciate what this motion would be for, I would actually urge that if there's any issue about it, to make a motion to divide if this does get passed, because what matters to me are the things I know I can defend. So thank you.
Okay, Member Schmidt and Member Forsythe.
Public comment?
Oh, go ahead. Okay, public comment.
It does seem.
Member Schmidt, hold on. Let me finish public comment.
It hasn't been seconded.
Yes, it has.
Oh, was there a second on your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Member
I'm
Highland.
sorry. I apologize.
No problem. Member Highland did. Go ahead, Speaker.
Mr. Warfield, you ready? Okay.
Yeah, are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Sure.
sir.
Thank you. Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117. Thank you very much for suggesting this be added. I would defer to the complainant, and because there may be, who knows, a tight vote, I would hate for the whole thing to go down, because there was at least one person vocally who was concerned about this particular piece. I would say, in response to what the respondent said, that she certainly has a right to due process and so on. I would point out that the Sunshine Task Force does find violations of sections of the law that were not on the agenda when they are, shall we say, concomitant to an event or a hearing, such as somebody not showing up and they're supposed to show up, such as there not being a knowledgeable person being sent to the hearing, and I'm not sure that's a violation of the law. That might be a violation of your procedures. So there are sometimes things that come up as sort of part of a hearing that may be found in violation even if it hasn't been on the agenda. Nonetheless, I would encourage whoever it takes, the chair or whoever, to be careful not to, so to speak, throw the baby out with the bathwater in case there's a tight vote, and possibly to consider, for the task force to consider, whoever is considering it, split the, divide the motion, whatever you call it, and take up the requested portions first and the additional one about 6721-1 as a separate matter. I might
30
also
seconds,
add,
sir.
Thank you. I might also add that the heading says policy regarding use and purchase of computer systems, not just purchase. And section B1 specifically says implementing a computer system in which exempt information is segregated or filed separately from otherwise disclosable information. Folks are supposed to make sure that that happens. It isn't, I don't think, just a matter of purchase. It could be any kind of a computer system. Thanks very much.
Any other public comment? Okay, Member LaHood, you had your hand raised? No? Okay. So I'm compelled by some of the comments here to rescind the motion, and we'll decide whether to bring it up later after the current motion on the floor. So I'm going to rescind this motion. Okay, so
you're going to rescind your amendment?
Yes, I'm rescinding the motion to amend. Okay, so now we're back to the original motion. I will, there was a point I was going to make and I forgot. Okay, never mind. Okay, we've already had public comment on this motion. Are we ready for a vote? Okay, hearing nothing more, please call roll.
Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Frazier?
Aye.
Member Frazier, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
No.
Member Forsley, no. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to find a violation for 6721B for not scanning and printing public records, 6726 for withholding hyperlinks, URL, email addresses, and future withholding of future meeting calendars. Is that correct, Lori?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else for this item? Okay, that's it. I'm not going to exercise my motion that I made before for a different reason. Okay, we now need to go to general public comment. We're a little way beyond, and a little over on this case. So, Ms. Leger, please call item number 4.
Item number 4, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Any public comment?
Yes, please.
Do we have 2 speakers?
I'm one.
Anonymous, did I hear you?
I'm second. That's fine.
You're second. Okay, so there's 2 speakers. All right. Okay. All right, Mr. Warfield, you may begin.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We reached a library users 2004@yahoo.com, and also by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117. The Sunshine Ordinance has been well aware on its own and also from outside about concerns about effectiveness and usefulness and so on and so forth. There's a long history of that going back and forth. What I'm concerned with is it being effective in its role of basically looking out for open government in the city. Let me read you from section 67.30, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. After saying that you're established, it gives you some of your duties. And these are not side duties, these are duties of the task force. And I think they speak to the larger purposes of the task force, not just, or not even primarily, doing hearings, but also doing other things like advising and reporting on how things are going. And that's why I think it's very important for the task force also to make efforts as much as possible, and certainly when it's easy to do so, to find out just, in fact, how well are things going. Section 67.30C says, the task force shall advise the Board of Supervisors and provide information to other city departments on appropriate ways in which to implement this chapter. The task force shall develop appropriate goals to ensure practical and timely implementation of this chapter. The task force shall propose to the Board of Supervisors amendments to this chapter. The task force shall report to the Board of Supervisors at least once annually on any practical or policy problems encountered in the administration of this chapter. And then it goes on to say that it can also, it may request additional reports or information from the Supervisor of Public Records as it deems necessary. The task force shall, a little further down, the task force shall from time to time, as it sees fit, issue public reports evaluating compliance with this ordinance and related California laws by the city or any department, office, or official thereof. I think that gives you a broad opportunity to find out what's going on, how it's working, and to report and make suggestions or figure out what you might want to do. I did note that in a compliance meeting, there was a time in the past meeting where public comment was not taken, presumably because there was no motion made, but I think that you need to take public comment on all items.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anonymous, are you ready?
I am.
Okay.
Let me know when I may begin.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd just like to note when the motion for the last thing was repeated at the end, it was not the same as what the mover stated. That what the mover stated included number 4, withholding all non-exempt email and calendar metadata instead of minimally redacting it. So please do, when the minutes are written, use the motion as literally stated by the mover when it was moved.
Okay. Okay. Let's just take a minute now to make sure that I do get it right, if the chair will allow.
No, let the speaker have his 3 minutes, and then you can deal with that offline. Thank you. I was going to tell you about victories and disasters in Sunshine, as I often do. So last summer, I requested all the text messages between Harlan Kelly Jr. and Walter Wong and various other alleged or convicted corrupt individuals, and they had given me all these messages. They discussed things directly related to the criminal complaint against Mr. Kelly, who is, of course, presumed innocent until otherwise, unless he is found guilty. And they retracted all that information and gave me very few of those text messages. Just last week, they gave almost all of those messages to me. Why did Dennis Herrera, the supervisor of records, wait 7 months to produce that information to me? It's unclear. He was responding to various other supervisor of records petitions throughout this time. But it's very unfortunate that probably the most important of those petitions took so long. And the public has a right to know exactly what a senior city official was saying to a now pled guilty city contractor.
So it's unclear why the supervisor of records acts this way. If they want to deny your petition, they'll do it very quickly. But if they want to give you the information, they can wait a long time to give the information out. And now we're going to do the same for the text messages between Harlan Kelly Jr. and Mayor Breed, because Mayor Breed, as you know, destroys her text messages and has no messages to provide. But Harlan Kelly Jr. does have those messages, and he has redacted the vast majority of them. So we'll see what turns up when those messages are produced eventually as well. Thank you very much.
Next speaker. Any other public comment? General public.
Oh, hi. Should I comment as well? I'm sorry.
Yes. Go ahead, speaker.
Hello. My name is Hayden Miller, and I'm kind of new to the whole task force thing. I recently filed my first complaint, but something as I was looking into it and doing more investigation about whether a violation occurred, all the changes that have happened right now to open government laws with the city and also with the Brown Act and the CPRA, it's very hard to piece everything together and understand. So I think it would be very helpful for the public and beneficial if somewhere on your guys' website it could explain the changes to the CPRA and the Sunshine Ordinance, so that the public has a better understanding of what their rights are still during the pandemic. And also, I believe I listened to some previous meetings and the complaint form is being changed over time. I think that's a very good initiative because the complaint form is also very confusing if you don't do a lot of research and understand all the sections. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Next speaker. Any other public comment? Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Let's call the next item.
Item number 6, file number 19134, complaint filed by Anonymous against Rob Ryder and City Hall Building Management for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 and 25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner.
Okay, there was a request and a recommendation from a committee that these two items be combined. And then we have an issue with one of them with regards to the respondent not being here today, but requested a continuance on the day of the hearing, which is not allowed as per our procedure rules. Our procedure rules are pretty explicit. We spent a lot of time on how to manage continuances. But for that matter, if the let's see, this was probably just before you were chair, Member Schmidt, November 17th. You're muted.
I believe that I was on the committee, but I was not the chair. So
Right.
that may have been Chair Yankee at that time.
It was Chair Hinsey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right. But both you guys.
Sorry,
both
I
you
accused
guys,
you of being a chair of that one. Yeah.
But both of you were on the committee at the time.
Yes. I think
Okay,
you
great.
press speak if you need it.
Okay, so if you want to speak to the combining of the files, now's the time, and make that motion.
Sure. Member Schmidt, did you want to go or did you want me to go?
Excuse me, Bruce, a matter of order. Do you want me to also read 136? I mean, I only read the item 6. Do you want to read item 7 as well?
Just one moment.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'll talk. This is Vice Chair Yankee. So what we found, this was a request that Anonymous had sent to a variety of individuals. One of them was Rob Ryder, another of them was Naomi Kelly, and as part of it, it requested certain records from, quote, the department head. And throughout the committee discussion, we realized that City Hall building management is actually a, for lack of a better term, a sub-department within the city administrator's department. So Rob Ryder himself wouldn't be the department head, it would be Naomi Kelly. And so both of the, so Rob Ryder would therefore basically forward it to the department head, would be Naomi Kelly. So they're rather redundant in that they're essentially both directed towards Naomi Kelly in that regard. Does that seem to be what you recall, Member Schmidt? Maybe you have anything to add?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. Although if we're going to make the motion, I just wanted to get a clarification from Chair Wolf. You said that somebody requested a continuance today, but could you say who that was? Could you identify that person?
Yeah, it's the city administrator.
Okay.
For file 19136.
Okay. Thank you. But yeah, Member Yankee is spot on about what we discussed.
Oh, and I should probably add that this is Vice Chair Yankee again. That our motion to recommend combining the files was supported by both the complainant and the respondent at the committee hearing. So there was no objection by either party.
Okay. So I'll entertain a motion to combine.
So based on that, I would move to combine file number 19134 and file number 19136.
Okay, great. And so now, Cheryl, you can read both of just the non-italicized sections. Leger?
Sorry, I was on mute. You want both item 6 and item 7 read without the italics?
Correct.
Item 6, file number 19134, complaint filed by Anonymous against Rob Ryder and City Hall Building Management for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 and 25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. Item number 7, file number 19136, complaint filed by Anonymous against Naomi Kelly and the Office of City Administrator for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 and 25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to combine files numbers 19134 and 19136. Any other debate or discussion, members, before I open it up to public comment? Hearing
We need a
none.
second.
I'll second
We have a
it.
second. Oh,
We
I
didn't
thought
have a second, but I'll second it.
I thought Member Schmidt seconded it. No? No? Okay.
For that.
Sorry about that. Okay, so moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member Stein. Now, public comment on the motion.
Are you taking public comment from the complainant and the respondent as well?
I called for public comment. I just called for public comment, so
okay.
That shouldn't be of concern. Is there any public comment for the item? Okay, hearing no public comment.
Yes.
Okay. Public comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117. Thank you very much for the explanation. I only would ask, since at least one of the folks involved in the complaint, basically that any of the parties would just confirm that it's, that they are okay or still okay, if you like, with the combining of the two complaints. That's all I would ask for the body to do. Thank you.
Next speaker.
This is anonymous. Am I allowed to speak or no?
I'm reluctant to do that because there's discussion in this at the committee level, and there was it's on the record. So
Okay.
unless you have some objection to it at this time.
Not at all.
Okay, and I'll ask the respondent too, for that matter. Do you have any objection at this time? Combined? No response. Okay, members, any last thoughts on combining? I see no hands. Okay, let's call the roll, please.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Frazier?
Aye.
Member Frazier, aye. Member Padmanabhan? Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Thank you. Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to combine file number 19134 and 19136 has passed.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so our now new item is the combined combined file numbers. Get my agenda out here again. Oh, here it is. Okay, now we got a message a couple hours before the meeting started that the respondents would not be available to meet, and they requested a continuance. Our rules on continuances are generally in the favor of the complainant. The complainant can request a continuance 5 days before, and it be granted automatically. The respondent can request a continuance 5 days before, but it would be up to the complainant to accept the continuance, and then it would be granted. If the continuance was requested by the respondent in less than 5 days' time, then it just requires a simple majority of the task force to grant the continuance. So that is what is before us right now. And if you choose not to have a motion to do that, then we will forge ahead hearing the case in absentia of the respondent. I see Member Frazier, then Vice Chair Yankee, and then Member Wong.
Yeah, this is Member Frazier. I'm inclined to move ahead given our deference to the complainant, and rules are rules are rules. They're specified. These aren't out of nowhere. I believe we should move ahead pursuant to the rules.
Thank you. Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, I was just curious if we received a reason why the respondent was not available, if this was some type of, emergency, or it was just the person like took a vacation day type of thing.
It was a medical reason, but nothing more than just stating that it was a medical reason. And
Can we ask the complainant how they feel about it?
who is that just speaking, please?
Oh, sorry, this is Laura Stein.
Can you hold on a moment? Let Member Wong have her chance.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I was just wondering if the respondent actually showed up to the complaint committee hearings too.
Yes, they were there. This is Vice Chair Yankee. I can tell you that they did have a person come to the complaint committee.
Okay, Member Stein.
Yeah, I just wondered if we can query the complainant, if they would prefer to go ahead or if they would be okay with a continuance.
Sure, we can do that. The petitioner, I believe, is anonymous. Question is to you.
Thank you. I would ask that you proceed for two reasons. One is that you, if you continue the matter, you would now take up another slot and push other people from off the agenda next time, right? And this is kind of what happens when you continue hearings at the last minute. And the second reason is I made this request over 1 year and 3 months ago. So those would be my reasons to proceed. Thank you.
And just, I'll read you the quote from the message from Bill Barnes, who is with the city administrator's office. Due to an unavoidable medical appointment, I will not be able to attend tonight's meeting. He also CC'd Jennifer Johnston, who I believe is a deputy, the deputy city administrator. So there could have been other people that could have attended at that point. Okay, is there a motion to continue? Yeah, Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, I just wanted to note for the record that Mr. Barnes was not the individual who attended the complaint committee hearing. It was Tal Quitone, I believe it was. So it seems somewhat interesting that the respondent would have been one individual for the complaint committee hearing, but now we're being asked to continue because a totally separate individual can't attend this hearing. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Okay. And go ahead, Member Jones-Neighbors.
Normally, absolutely would side on the primacy of the petitioner, the need to clear the queue, and all of the issues that have been mentioned, but also just a reminder that we're in a pandemic. Medical emergencies are very serious right now. And I am inclined to have sympathy for folks who cannot be present due to medical emergencies.
Not hearing any motions, though. So, because we've had some extensive discussion on this, I'll open it up for public comment. And it's just on the subject of continuance.
Sure. Yes, please.
Mr. Warfield, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and also by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. Thank you for having the discussion. First of all, I have to say that I think it's unfair that the complainant absolutely has to be present at every hearing. Some complaints, I think, are stand on their own. Somebody says they requested something and didn't get it within the time allotted, and they provide an email that shows that, it seems to me, for example. On the other hand, I think it's too loose on respondents, and I think you're handling it probably the right way. It looks from the complaint that there were a lot of people involved, and from what your members have just been saying about somebody else coming, I don't know, I count at least half a dozen respondents to this particular complaint on the material that's provided on page 268. So it seems to me that between the direct respondents, the department heads or the unit heads, and all of their, from Gilbert and Sullivan, there's dozens of their cousins and their sisters, and so on and so forth. It seems to me there are plenty of people who could stay at home and make a connection, as we are here by telephone, and as presumably you guys are too. Somebody ought to be able to stand in for the respondent. So I think it's completely reasonable to go ahead, and the complainant also has a very good point, and that is that it upsets a whole series of issues when there is a last-minute cancellation of somebody or of your canceling the hearing. So I certainly agree with the folks that are saying let's go ahead. And as I said, I think there are plenty of people that they have or should have or be able to have as backups. Thank you.
30 seconds. Oh, okay. 30 seconds.
Any other public comment?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to
come in here.
I heard two people. Who wants to go first?
You can go.
Okay. Should I start?
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, I think this notion of, oh, we're in a pandemic is honestly quite ridiculous, because I am very sympathetic to the idea that, medical reasons should be catered to, but people have medical reasons regardless of whether or not we're in a pandemic. And their medical reasons should be catered to regardless of whether or not we're in a pandemic. And quite honestly, it's offensive to say that we should only be sensitive to medical issues if we're in a pandemic. That being said, I think that the issues that have been raised already of there being multiple respondents and this person being different from the previous respondent, and this person having emailed someone else and alerted other people so that they could have had somebody else come in to come to this meeting. It's not like, they had to drive somewhere and physically attend this meeting. They could have just called into the meeting. So it seems like it would have been fairly easy to find someone to take in place of the person who was supposed to show up. And it would have been something else if, somebody else had emailed and said, oh, I'm sorry, I can't attend this meeting. Can we please, if they had made a request to have the hearing delayed. But all they said was that they couldn't attend because of medical reasons. And so, yeah, one person having medical issues does not seem to be sufficient when there's, I don't know, what did somebody else say, like 12 people involved who could have showed up. And, as for the complaint, I don't think there's like 12 people making this complaint. So it seems insufficient to say, oh, one person got sick, we don't know with what, and that one person, we don't know if, let's just assume that they're unable
30
to
seconds,
call
ma'am.
And get on the phone, because, it's quite possible that they're too sick or they had to go see the doctor, whatever, who cares? It just seems like there could have been somebody else who could have taken their place. And if whatever department it is couldn't coordinate that, then they should have given you notice of that instead of just saying, oh, that person got sick. So yeah, I think you should
Your
continue
time
on
is
with the
up,
hearing.
ma'am.
Next speaker.
Yes, this is complainant Stephen Malloy. I just wanted to say in support of Anonymous that I think it should clear the calendar today with you all. The city has abundant resources and redundancy and plans for this type of situation and is more than aware of the rules in regards to this situation. So I think you should continue for Anonymous's case today and resolve. Thank you.
Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing no more public comment is closed. Last call for any motions. Okay, don't hear any, don't see any hands waving. Let's move on. We'll start with, I'll just note and I'll read it for both items. On November 17, 2020, the complaint committee found that the records are public and referred the matter to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. That was for the first item, 19134, and the second, on November 17, 2020, the complaint committee moved to combine file numbers 134, 136, and have respondent Naomi Kelly, Office City Administrator and City Hall Building Management, named that the records are public and refer to the matters to the SOTF, which is what we already done already with our motion to combine. So with that, let's have, we know that one party is here, the other party is not. Ms. Leger, if you're ready with the clock, we'll have the petitioner start with their 5-minute opening remarks.
Thank you.
Hang on. You ready?
I
You ready,
am.
sir? Okay. Go ahead,
Thank
sir.
you very much. So the presentation is actually in the 19136 item, which is item 7, PDF page 30, which is footer page P328. So on December 7th of 2019, I made an immediate disclosure request filed by email to both city.administrator and ADM Sunshine request for the same type of thing I just told you about: Prop G, non-Prop G, future, past calendars, and certain sent and received business emails and personal emails pursuant to City of San Jose versus Superior Court, all with metadata of the department head, Naomi Kelly. 19134 involved the identical request sent to a sub-department, but I'm only going to describe 19136. That's all I really care about. They had no response whatsoever within the 1 business day. They didn't have response in multiple business days. I filed a complaint. They did not respond to the complaint, even when Ms. Leger formally served them with the complaint. They're required to do so within 5 business days. There was no email, no records, no nothing until November 17, 2020, immediately before the committee hearing, and I had to review the records during the committee hearing. This is completely unacceptable. And their argument, as they told you at the committee, was, well, they just didn't have staff that did the Sunshine request at the time I made the request. Why does that mean you wait 1 year to give or 11 months, sorry, to give a response? Who knows? Yeah, it's just completely unacceptable. I'll notice on the next slide, all of these deficiencies I did not know at the time of my complaint, so maybe you will determine you're not allowed to look at them. And if you're not allowed to look at them, then the sole violation is 6725 for an untimely and incomplete response to an immediate disclosure request. If you want to, you can look at all these other deficiencies. They're essentially the same deficiencies I just discussed in the previous case, except with one more deficiency, which is that the Proposition G calendar, which is a specific calendar required to be recorded by the department head, fails to record the statement of issues discussed at every meeting. Again, though, 2 through 6 were not alleged in the original complaint, simply because they never gave me anything until November 17, 2020. There's not really much to say here, so I'm not sure how you want to handle this. You could for example, just find a violation of 6725, the untimely and incomplete response to an immediate disclosure request, which would, under Admin Code 67.21E, automatically require them to comply with my request. And then we could go to compliance and we could discuss these other issues and then bring it back to here. I don't really know how it works when they just don't give you anything for 11 months, but I'm happy to describe why these other things are violations if you want me to. But the only thing that was true as of the time of the complaint is 6725, untimely and incomplete response to an immediate disclosure request. And that's for both 19136 and 19134. In 19134, that agency simply never responded to me. They could have responded, hey, you need to talk to this other person, which they're required to do if that's their response, or they could have said, we don't have any records. But you do have to give some response, but City Hall Building Management never gave any response whatsoever, even if the RF sub-department does, the Office of the City Administrator. So I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant? Hearing none. Respondent, I'll call for the respondent, just in case. Is the respondent present? No response. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? No response. Okay, members. The item is with you now. Any questions or clarifications? Okay, Member Forsley.
Hi, this is Member Forsley again. I was just going to say that the time frame for immediate disclosure request is obviously immediate, but it does put kind of the people involved at a disadvantage because there's such a varying degree of city department sizes. So I can empathize as a former city and federal worker that some departments, when they get these requests, they simply don't have people on the staff that understand what even the requests are, whereas other departments definitely have that ability a lot more so. A lot of times it's not like deception, it's more of like they really actually don't know what's going on. But for this request, it seems like a year is pretty excessive.
I'll just say that everyone is subject to sunshine. That's custodian of record. They're required to take training like we do. You know, the IDRs are well known. And just for your edification for some of the new folks, if you don't know, the process for an IDR is you don't have to provide the documents within 24 hours. It's actually not even 24 hours, it's shorter. It's actually by the end of the following business day. All you have to do is just respond that you got the request and that this is what's going to happen. If they can provide the records fairly immediately, they'll let the requester know and how they're able to retrieve them. Otherwise, they can implement an extension of 10 days, as I've given them 10 days. And if it's somewhat not necessarily voluminous, but if it's more information that they can get within 10 days, they can provide additional information on a rolling basis until the request is fully completed. Lots of times it's used for, let's say, building permits, where, you know, the permit has been presented, maybe plans were also submitted, but there are subsequent hearings and subsequent documentation that might be coming on the same subject matter. So the request isn't necessarily completed for that particular request. That's an example that we come across from time to time. Okay, Any other questions, comments, clarifications for either party? Okay, hearing none, let's go to rebuttals then. We'll call again for the respondent. And no response from the respondent. And the petitioner, you have 3 minutes on rebuttal.
Thank you very much. And I'll just touch on the issue that was just raised. The defense that we didn't have staff is not a defense to the Sunshine Ordinance. The Sunshine Ordinance does not say you have to comply only if you have staff. The voters demanded a certain level of transparency from the government, and anyone who doesn't provide that level of transparency for any reason whatsoever should be found in violation of the law by this task force to force the city to do the appropriate things, whatever they may be, in order to implement the law as required by the voters. It's not my fault, and it's not the public at large's fault that the city administrator's office did not have someone working on public records requests while they also work on something else. It is once the voters say you have to do it, that's it. And there is a one and only one exemption for good faith in the Sunshine Ordinance, and that is regarding Prop G calendars for the Board of Supervisors, lists of attendees. But nothing else has such an exemption that, well, they can say we tried. That's not okay. Every department has to fulfill the entire Sunshine Ordinance for every person, every request, no matter what. And if this task force says, well, sometimes we'll let it go, then you're going to incentivize city departments to not comply with the law and not make it a priority to comply with our constitutional rights to public access to information. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Forson.
Yes, I just want to clarify my comments. This is Member Forsley. I understand how the Sunshine Ordinance works. What I'm saying is that as a, I guess, general society that wants to work together, not to be at odds with each other, we should be looking at policy changes to be accommodating for everyone involved. Because like I said, as a city worker, there are capacity issues. And when you get requests that are hundreds of pages long, that does kind of affect your day-to-day work. And while everybody should have a dedicated public records person, that's not always in the budget. So I get how it works, but I'm just putting it out there that we should look at, overarching policy things so everybody, wins.
Any other discussion, members? Is there a motion? Member Schmidt. You're on mute.
I apologize. That's 2 today. I just want to note that people's day jobs it includes responding. This is not, to me, the obligation to respond to public records is not something that happens when you're done with your regular job. This is the regular job with every government employee, in my opinion. And so that's the way I see it. And that's what informs my votes. I'm done.
And Member Forsley.
Yes, I would agree with that. Again, I think that the issue is a deeper policy matter because I don't believe that the amount of training that the idea that this should be ingrained in daily work capacity, city workers simply don't know that. And when a complaint comes up, they're basically, unless they've repeatedly gotten complaints, they're kind of just looking at the end of the work. Why is this person doing this? So unless they know that this is a part of like what they're supposed to be doing, I think that's the broader picture I'm trying to address.
All good points. I think this, could demand a more general discussion on the matter, and unfortunately, it would also any changes to it would demand it going back before the voters, since this ordinance was created by the voters. It's not necessarily a simple matter. But if you're interested in having it be a more general discussion, happy to put it on the agenda for such. Member LaHood, you're on mute.
Yeah, I would make a motion, and I think in this case make a simple motion for 6725 for untimely and incomplete response, and then follow up with in compliance and amendments, because I do realize that some information has been exchanged, and at this point, it would give an opportunity for the respondent to appear, and we can have a little bit of back and forth with the petitioner and find out to what degree the request was ultimately satisfied, because we do know it was late, and it was extremely late, and I think we need to find a violation there. And I think beyond that, perhaps we can hold off making final decisions. So that would be my motion to find that particular violation.
This is Member Wong. I would like to second that motion.
Okay, great. So moved by Member LaHood, second by Member Wong. Is there any other discussion? Okay, let's open up public comment on the motion to find a violation of 6725.
Sure.
Ms. Leger?
Yeah, I heard that. I'm ready to go. Mr. Warfield, are you set?
Is there anybody else who'd like to go first? But I'm okay.
Okay, you ready, sir?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield again, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and by U.S. Postal Service at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117. Since the petitioner is requesting just 67.25, I think that's what he said, I would certainly support that. And I think the absence of any respondent for either one of these complaints, which have some half dozen what I would consider department heads or agency heads or basically heads, managerial types, as I understand it, I think is quite shocking, and I think is actually a slap in the face to the task force. With respect to the task force as being easier, thoughtful, and so on and so forth, certainly I think that we need to have human decency and consideration for folks, but the law is very definitely the law. I'm remembering the election manual, and I'm not sure where in the Sunshine Ordinance it says, but responding to public information requests is considered part of everybody's job. It's, as the member said earlier, it's not an add-on. It's not an optional. It's not a something that you can get around to if you can get around to if it's convenient. By the way, we did not hear that anybody was sick. What I heard from the chair's reading, and thank you for reading it, it sounded like there was a medical appointment. It was not any indication of something urgent or anything that had to be attended to immediately or couldn't be scheduled at a different time. And again, there are staff and staff and staff for these people. I mean, if you've been in any of, certainly the city administrator's office, there are all kinds of people working there.
30 seconds, sir.
There are all kinds of people who could come. As a matter of fact, I think that the task force needs to be much tougher, and that would help people get open government much better. I would also ask you to find a violation of not having any representative present at all as a particular violation for this combined hearing. Thank you.
Next speaker. Any other public comments? Last call for public comment. Okay, members, any last thoughts on this motion? Seeing and hearing none, please call the roll.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Frazier?
Aye.
Member Frazier, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to fine for 6729 an untimely and incomplete response.
6725.
25, you're right. Sorry, 25.
Thank you. Okay, let's, if we can, forge ahead through the next file, and then we'll take a break.
Item number 8, file number 19140, complaint filed by Stephen Malloy against the Department of Human Resources for violating Administrative Code Section 6721, 24H, 26, 27, 25, and 34 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay. And the italics, please.
Okay. On January 26, 2021, the Compliance and Amendments Committee moved to return the matter to the task force with the recommendation for escalation of action due to noncompliance and no representative from Department of Human Resources present at the hearing.
Okay, CAC Chair LaHood, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I mean, that pretty much summarizes it. You know, it's the task force had found a violation, sent it to Compliance and Amendments, and we still don't have a response from Department of Human Resources. So our recommendation was to send it back to the task force for determining whether there should be some escalation to ethics or following through in some other manner.
Was there any discussion at the committee level as to what they thought an appropriate action should be?
Yes, in fact, there were a couple, and you were a member of the committee at the time. We talked about referring it to the district attorney, to ethics, or possibly the presiding judge at the Superior Court. So we considered those options, and we bring it back to the task force for discussion.
Right. So we're not going through our regular complaint procedure. We've already done that. We've already found a violation and have an order of determination. This has been monitored and reviewed by the committee. The committee is now returning it back to us for escalation. What shall we do to compel?
See.
Okay, I've got Member Forsley and then Member Schmidt.
Hi again. I was wondering, so no documents have been received?
Go ahead, Member LaHood.
You know what? I'm going back here. Actually, I believe we have the petitioner here. Could we have him answer that question?
Sure.
Yes, this is Complainant Malloy. To answer your question, the answer is no, I believe. The reason for that is if you go to page 256 or P672 in your file, that is what was responded to me. And you'll see that the first 3 pages are improperly, completely blacked out with no metadata. And then you'll see in the last pages, which are P684 through P685, that there are 6 city officials in the Department of Human Resources who corresponded about me, but I only got 3 pieces of paper. And so they have not turned over all of the records from all of their meetings, all of their voicemails, all of their texts. No. Did I answer your question?
Oh. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Member Schmidt?
Yeah, on a separate part of this, I think that we need to really, consider what these options entail. And I think there were 3 listed. I know ethics was mentioned, referral to the Ethics Commission. I know there's this idea about sending it to Superior Court and then the DA. Now, in some, none of those are very promising. The record on sending things to ethics, even though that's the most promising of any of them, is bleak in reality. And I'm not trying to say, I'm sorry, Mr. Malloy, because I wish the situation was better, but it's not. And I just want to partly to tell the new members, the few things that I know, but other people might know the record with ethics, but I know it's bad. And I'm not sure if they've ever sustained anything that's come from the Sunshine Commission. Please correct me if I'm wrong about that. The idea of going to the Superior Court, I don't know where that idea comes from, because to me, it's a non-starter. And I'm a litigator, and I don't see what the use for that is. And the DA, I love the DA idea, but I don't know if our new DA has an attitude yet, even though I really like his attitude about a lot of things, but I don't know if he has an attitude to do anything on sunshine work. And so if anyone knows anything different about that, I'd love to hear it. Now, so that's my feeling, is like, well, if we're going to refer this and, send Mr. Malloy along with this, I'd love to figure out what's the most effective remedy for him next.
So I'm going to inject myself in here. So I frequently cite 6721F, and it's a single sentence. In the last sentence of the paragraph, if a custodian of a public record refuses or fails to comply with the request of any person for inspection or copy of a public record, or with an administrative order under this section, the Superior Court shall have jurisdiction to order compliance. And Superior Court is emphasized in italics in the law. And our order of determination is an administrative order.
Well, to me, it's a sentence that it sort of like it's a sentence that has no effect, because you send a letter to the Superior Court with this kind of document, and my expectation is they're not going to have any idea what it is. The Superior Court accepts cases that are filed. They don't take referrals. whoever wrote this, and I would guess that nobody's ever sent anything to the Superior Court under this ordinance. And I would guess if anyone ever did, nothing ever happened as a result. The Superior Court would have no idea why someone sent them this, even if you tell them that, well, there's a law that we can do it. That's the problem here.
Okay.
I mean, that's just my understanding of just in reality what they do down at the courthouse. And I got a little experience over a few years that I've spent down there.
Okay, I'll respond after we get some other folks in here. Padmanabhan, Member Padmanabhan.
Yes. Member Schmidt said that in the past, these complaints have been escalated to Ethics Commission and no action was taken thereafter. What did the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force do at that point?
So it wasn't that they didn't take action, it's they just didn't agree with our findings. They would basically, refute them, 100%, like completely go the other way. And the reason why is under our agreed rules with the Ethics Commission, there are two paths. One path is to send just a standard referral asking them to for enforcement, because they're our enforcement arm. They're not supposed to re-adjudicate a case, but that was kind of the rub, that we just said, if we find that there's a violation and you're the enforcement arm, then you need to carry out our order. Well, they don't necessarily agree with that, because they have to base their enforcement on something. And if they find that for some reason that they just want to re-adjudicate it. So if we send them a standard referral, it will go directly to the ethics commissioners themselves. It will bypass their investigation department, which is a team of lawyers. That's all they do is discovery all day long, evidence and discovery. So we don't get the pleasure of that department providing the commissioners with anything, any data, any information, any advice. If the second way is through finding willful failure through 6734 of the Sunshine Ordinance. 6734, if found in violation of that under willful failure, automatically triggers an official misconduct proceeding at the Ethics Commission. And then their investigative department gets activated, because that becomes a serious matter. That's, an employment matter at this point. And that can only be applied to department heads or elected officials. So, we haven't had much luck on either one in 20 years. So that's why Member Schmidt said what he said in that way. Okay, let's move on. Member Jones-Neighbors.
Thanks for that explanation. I have seen firsthand kind of egregious behavior by the Ethics Commission. And I think that Mr. Malloy deserves more respect than that escalation is likely to give him, and more relief. And I agree that, I had hoped that there was some precedent for escalating to the DA. Sounds like that's not the way to go either. I'm kind of leaning toward, to the Superior Court. I'm kind of leaning toward, trying out the DA, because at least that's not a closed door. We know the other ones are. And, sending this petitioner on a wild goose chase is, I know, the last thing that we would want to do, right? So I guess that's the route I'd like to investigate the most at this time.
Thank you. Any other comment? Member Schmidt, I see you.
Yeah, I wonder, Mr. Malloy, I'm going to ask a question of him. Mr. Malloy, I'd be interested in knowing if you have a preference here. And, you've heard what we've talked about, and you already, you came here asking for something. What is it you'd like?
What I will answer that question. Thank you for that question. If you all go to P739, which is, I think, page 323, between P739 and P740, you see, I think it's 3 emails by city officials, including all of the top department heads and the city attorney concerning my case. You see on page 739 where Hallie Albert, who is the Human Resource EEO manager for DPH, is communicating with the city attorney about me. You see where they talk about they've had multiple phone conversations, they've had meetings, they've been doing it for weeks, they're trading back information. And as a reminder today, we see that they only gave me 2 blacked out pages completely, and then 1 page of essentially my general email to them. So we know that there's nefarious, lying, inappropriate, illegal behavior going on, because right there in the file, you see where multiple records were committed, but yet they were not shared. So if I understand Chair Wolf, he has had some conversations with the DA. I know the DA was originally involved with this with me because I went to them and asked them to proceed for like a white collar crime. And their retort to me was, well, we don't see a white collar crime necessarily at this point, and so we would suggest you go to the Ethics Commission. So based upon your regulation, what I would like would be for the DA to take the case to Superior Court on my behalf and file the case. To your point, sir, you're right. It would have to be a civil case file of an administrative violation and champion what the law requires them to do, which is to walk this through that legal process to force the city to reveal the record. So I think Chair Wolf has had some contact with them. He's indicated that before. Take this case to the DA. The DA walks this case right over. His name is Judge Fang. He knows the case. You walk it right on over to Judge Fang and hand it to him, and he'll take it. That's what I would suggest, and I would like is the DA take the case and do what the Sunshine Ordinance asks for, file the civil case as an administrative civil violation and take it to court.
That we can, as far as I can tell, we can send a referral to the DA. That's written in here. Although, and it sounds like that may be what you're asking us to do. And then the DA does whatever the DA does. You need to understand that. If you've already talked to the DA, you may have some sense of what might happen here. But, if they want to file, they're probably not going to file anything criminally. I don't know what they can file civilly, but maybe they can try something in a civil sense. But then you're in the hands of the DA. So isn't that kind of where you're seeing it?
Yes, if the DA, I mean, that would be a discussion for you all privately, because I know Chair Wolf has talked in a just general way that he has had communications with them. If the DA was like, okay, we would do that, then that would be great. If they were like, no, we wouldn't do that, then there would be no other option, it sounds like, than to go back to the Ethics Commission, as well as the Board of Supervisors. I do feel, as I've said in both of my cases that I would like this to go to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, so that's a fourth option, and I'm just quite trying to figure out what you want. It sounds like you're talking about going to the DA, or do you want everything? What is it you want?
No,
right now?
I want the records per the law. I want the records that they don't want to give me because the records clearly indicate misconduct, and they follow the illegal order that Veronica Vane already revealed to you during our DP8 session.
Well, we've already made a ruling, Mr. Malloy,
yeah.
And we can't do anything more for you. All we can do is to send it to someone else at this point. And so we can't augment the record, as far as I know, in any way. This is just a question of what do you want? If we're going to take this and try to send it to someone else, what is it you want to do right now? And I think, we're starting to flesh out the options here. What is it you want?
You all would know the options best, right?
Let me.
Bottom line of what I want. The bottom line of what I want is enforcement. I want the record. I want the law to be applied, and I want the record, my record.
Okay.
Let me understanding what you want. Emails. I want those records.
Let me chime in here. For a second. So I've had multiple conversations with our current DA with regards to taking any of our orders of determination to enforcement. They're under the impression that they only try criminal cases. They don't try administrative cases or civil cases, which we know is not necessarily kind of the truth. Now, I contacted DA Boudin back when he first got into office, so maybe he needed a little while to kind of get up to speed. Probably can use another engagement again on this, but they can. The CPRA specifically, specifies in the district attorney as being the first person to provide enforcement or administrative or civil remedy to bring it to court. Is stated there in the CPRA, which has existed, before the Sunshine Ordinance. So that's the first thing. The second thing is under 6730C, the task force, and I quote, "The task force shall make referrals to a municipal office with enforcement power under this ordinance or under the California Public Records Act and the Brown Act whenever it concludes that any person has violated any provisions of this ordinance or the acts." Now, Superior Court, municipal office, Council Schmidt?
No, it's not it's a Superior Court of the state of California. It's a state. I don't think you would call that a municipal office. I don't know, the use of the term municipal in this ordinance. I don't know what was intended by that. I've never even thought about that. But as far as I can't imagine, that they actually used to have something in San Francisco called municipal court. That would be municipal office. But the Superior Court is not a municipal office.
Okay. So there are other municipal offices. The Ethics Commission is a municipal office. The Public Defender is a municipal municipal office. The DA could be considered a municipal office, I think. And there could be any other types of offices that have enforcement power. Now, what does enforcement power mean? Maybe the sheriff. What about the sheriff? Could the sheriff do it? Sheriff is law enforcement. Could SFPD do it? They're law enforcement. They're a municipal office also. So I'm just throwing it out there because, well, municipal office is, I think, is a fairly well-known term. That means, you know, within the confines of city government, right? That's my understanding of what municipal office is.
Well, I guess I'm concerned that are we just going to be wasting his time sending it to these places?
I understand that. Here's the other. So my thought is that we send it to the Ethics Commission, and I'll tell you why. It's not the same people that we've dealt with before when we've sent referrals over to them. There's a few new people there. One notably has been a pretty supportive of the people in like how we have sunshine advocates. He was an ethics advocate and had, you know, really sided with the people as a layperson and not as a commissioner. And so we might want to try that again, see what happens. If we want to do a 6734 willful failure, then we have to cite the department head as being the failure. The other, I don't think taking it to the Board of Supervisors would help, except we're in a budget year, and this is where they usually can pull the strings of the budget if people are not complying because they can't provide directives to city departments. So I see Member Forsley has her hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you for that clarification. It seems like the ethics office just might be the way to go to see what type of response for future reference that we encounter. And to kind of piggyback off that, maybe if there's something in writing from the ethics office regarding what actual enforcement from them is, that would be good clarification for me, at least as a new member. And then just from what I know about DHR, I mean, those emails are probably deleted, honestly, but I think that it would be good to put out there that they at some point need to be held accountable for not giving the information to this person.
Okay. All right. So, any other comments on this? I'm looking for a motion.
Let me find my hand.
Okay. Member Stein, I see you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. You know, I think that this is, you know, maybe one of these policy issues that we need to think about and maybe at some point in one of our reports take to the Board of Supervisors, because, you know, when I'm looking at this act, you know, bringing in the CPRA and the chance that the district attorney might, you know, take it on also doesn't seem to jive with 67.35 enforcement provisions under the Sunshine Ordinance, which basically says that, you know, anyone can take what they consider to be a violation and ask for injunctive or declaratory relief or a writ of mandate in any court or competent jurisdiction. That would seem to clearly put it on the sort of shoulders of the complainant that if you don't like this and you want to challenge it legally, you have the right to do it. And it doesn't make any reference to CPRA or anything like that. So I think there's I think it could be made more clear what our policy, you know, what policy we would want to refer to in a situation like this. Clearly, in the Sunshine Ordinance, the Ethics Committee escalated it to the Ethics Committee for sanctions of the individuals who are not, you know, providing the information might put some pressure on them. But then the only other thing specifically mentioned in this ordinance is that, you know, a person can individually choose to take it to court, in which case they, you know, they have to make that expense, and they also run the risk of paying for the whole thing if they lose in court. So I just want to put that out there, is that, you know, court is talked about in the Sunshine Ordinance, and it's not in terms of the CPRA provisions.
Member Schmidt, did you have a response?
Yeah, I'm leaning toward what Member Forsley was recommending, and also Chair Wolf in terms of possibly doing an ethics thing here. I think in in a case, there may be a specific type of case that we could see. And I think that it would probably be more in the Brown Act, a meetings kind of situation where it might make sense to send something to the DA, because that would be a case where an injunction or declaratory relief would actually make sense, that they would see that they might be able to bring something for that. Here, I don't see that here. I think ethics sounds good. And also, Mr. Malloy here, he continues to have the right to file a lawsuit in the Superior Court. But that's something that he can do all by himself.
Yeah, I would agree, and I would just say to Mr. Malloy here that, there's a limit to what the task force can do. We're not, a full court. We're in kind of administrative, proceeding, and we have our limits based upon what the law allows us, as you know, and the encouragement is to, now that you have an order of determination, and it's clear what the findings are, that now may be the time to take it to court, because they're going to ask you if you've exercised the local process, and you can positively say that. They must take our order of determination with some gravity, because it's a laborious process, so they're not going to deny that too much. So that's my suggestion. You can, like I said, I think it sounds like folks might be interested in sending it to ethics. We can go that route. The problem is if it doesn't come out in your favor, and then you try to take it to court, having opposing rulings might be difficult. The Ethics Commission has enforcement power, so the gravity of their decisions sometimes weighs a little bit more than ours. Member Forsley.
Thank you for your clarification, and I think I need further clarification as well, because I think it was stated that our ruling is supposed to go directly to an enforcement arm of the ethics committee, but it sounds like there's a possibility or some lagging in the process in which it might go to another ruling arm of the ethics committee. So what is the actual process and procedure?
Okay, so it would for what we would do is we would have a motion to make a referral to the Ethics Commission, and it would be one of two paths. One path would be a standard a referral for them to for enforcement with no willful failure, just standard. Just say, please have this department or this respondent enforce. They will have a process. The process is public. It's a document at the Ethics Commission. We actually should have it on our website, but we can get that to you. The second prong is to find willful failure. If we find willful failure, then it goes through their investigative discovery department, and it gets, the full treatment. It does not guarantee, though, that there will be a positive finding. The thing is it has to be kind of bulletproof from us. If it's bulletproof from us, and we could be assured that, other lawyers will see it our way, and they then transmit that counsel to the Ethics Commission, then it should go well. But that's the chance that we take. So we're looking for a motion, and I'd like to do it in the next few minutes.
I just like to say that the idea of willful misconduct, that's equated in just the ordinance with, I'm sorry, willfulness, but it's equated with official misconduct.
Right.
So I think we'd have to identify the public official who we're now citing with the equivalent of official misconduct to send over to ethics if we're going to make that motion. That's all.
It will have to be either an elected official, a department head, or other managerial city employee. And I think from Mr. Malloy's, I mean, he's cited any number of people. There's
Mickey Callahan.
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Malloy.
It's Mickey Callahan, the director. It is directly between her and I. So she would be the cited official. And yes, I do agree with 34 on misconduct.
Okay, so once again, I'm going, okay, Member Forsley, did you have your hand up again?
Yeah, I'd like to attempt to make a motion to say that for the first path that you said, it would go directly to an enforcement body, just to clarify.
Yes, it'll go directly to the commissioners and bypass the investigative unit.
I would like to make a motion to go to the enforcement body of the ethics committee to bypass their judge and jury portion of it to officially be enforced that there was wrongdoing.
Okay, and would you want it, what do we want them to, we want them to take enforcement, do we have a suggestion how or what?
That was my question before. I feel like if they're the enforcement body, there's got to be policies and procedures in place where I'm assuming it would be them that would make that have that policy and procedure in place of what they enforce. Like what's their rule of enforcement? Because I mean, I can say anything.
True, that's true, but we can make a suggestion. If it is for the complainant here, he just wants those documents, okay? Then the Ethics Commission can, in a second request, compel them to do that now under the threat of a penalty, and which we don't have the ability to do, but they do.
Well, I mean, since he stated that Mickey Callahan is kind of the contact that he's interested in targeting, maybe adding that the response for the missing documentation needs to come directly from Mickey Callahan.
Okay. I want to talk out the motion a little bit more. How about we send a referral, a simple referral, asking for enforcement of our order of determination directly from Ms. Callahan, and if Ms. Callahan does not respond accordingly, that we strongly urge a finding of 6734 against her.
Yes, and I don't know if I read someplace, I don't know if she's retired at this point, so I could be wrong, but
yeah, she has retired.
Yeah, if she hasn't retired, well, she has retired. So I guess what I need to say is, she has not?
She has retired. She retired months ago.
Okay, so I guess the acting DHR person, it should come from them.
Okay, sure. Because they would be the active person that could give it.
Right. So
yeah. Okay. All right. Can we agree on that as that being a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So moved by Member Forsley. Is there a second?
Second by Member Frazier.
Okay, second by Member Frazier. I'm going to repeat the motion. The motion is to make a referral to the San Francisco Ethics Commission to perform enforcement of our order of determination to produce the documents in question, to the current director of Department of Human Resources, and if they are non-compliant, that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force urges that the Ethics Commission finds finding of 6734 a willful failure to comply. Okay.
Yeah.
Public comment.
Yes, please.
Hang on a second.
Yes, as well.
Go ahead.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
Okay, who's first?
I believe anonymous. I am first. May I begin?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. I strongly support Member Forsley's motion. I don't think the task force should give up on the Ethics Commission as an enforcement mechanism. The most recent referral you made was one of my complaints where the chief of police refused to provide his future calendars. You made the referral, and they started doing what I wanted. So even though the Ethics Commission hasn't ruled, as far as I know, the mayor's office, Hank Heckel, similar issue happened with the mayor's calendars and metadata. And before the hearing, he asked me to not ask you to escalate the issue. There is some apparent fear by the current city department heads of the Ethics Commission, and that's fantastic. So I think even if the Ethics Commission were to always reject what you were to say, it's still your responsibility and duty to do your job, which is to give them the best case you can. And if they're not gonna do anything about it. Last time the Ethics Commission refused to do anything about sunshine complaints, a person sued the Ethics Commission successfully to force them to do things. So I do think whenever possible, this task force should refer failures to comply after an order of determination has been made to an enforcement body. It sometimes works. At least it has worked doing it has worked in one of my cases, and the threat of doing it has worked in another of my cases. So I strongly urge you to make this referral. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Hang on. Who's next? Mr. Warfield?
I believe so.
Okay.
Tell me when to when I'm.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm on.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and also by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. We are not connected with this, but this is what it seems to, well, maybe not always come to, but sadly, one of the things I mentioned, which was at the very beginning where I said that the task force is keenly aware of the weaknesses of ultimately enforcing anything. I did want to say that I believe it was Member Schmidt who said that he thought that the Ethics Commission had never agreed with the findings or with what the Sunshine Task Force has determined. And as someone who's been around for quite a while, I can say that that's 99.9 or whatever % true. In one case, they did find in favor of what the task force ruled. And that was the dearly beloved and dearly departed Alan Grossman brought a suit in which he cited something like 25 cases that the Ethics Commission had one after another rejected. One of my cases was the first in the series that he had, and there they didn't just object, they didn't just not do anything to enforce, they actually came up with a conclusion that there was no violation in contradiction to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's finding. The result, unfortunately, was not too impressive. They sent a letter to the mayor, since it was Jewel Gomez, the president of the Library Commission, who had behaved outrageously, they said, that she should be basically fired. They said they were not in a position to actually enforce anything because she wasn't a department head or an elected official. I would certainly agree with Anonymous that something needs to be done in any case where you have found a violation and there needs to be enforcement. Whether or not the other party, whether or not where you send it does anything. I would think that if you have an option for the district attorney, you might more seriously consider that, since that's a brand new
20 seconds, sir.
with a very different person. And I would also ask you to consider going to court on behalf of one or more of your complainants. And I would urge you to check what I cited earlier, and that is issue public reports, section 6730 C, I believe, at the end of it. Issue public
Your
reports.
time is up, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker. Any other public comment?
Mr. Wolf, I just wanted to say one quick thing.
Hold on a moment. Let me finish with public comment. Any other public comment on the motion? Okay, hearing no public comment. More public comment. Public comment is closed. I'm not inclined to take any more comments on this, Mr. Malloy, because we're right now at the point of voting. I mean, if you do, you could affect how people feel about the vote.
I just wanted to ask that please be specific in the request for all written communications, including like metadata, text, meetings.
Well, we can't ask
that, as we know, is always an issue with folks.
Yeah,
they just
but Mr. Malloy, unless you asked for that in your initial request,
I did.
We cannot add. Okay, fair enough.
I did. I asked for everything.
Okay, so we are only going to make the request in the referral on your behalf with regards to what you had argued and filed a complaint for. That is it.
Okay, it's on the front of your submission sheet. I laid it all out right there. That's good.
Okay,
Thanks.
very good. You got it. Okay, members, are you ready for a vote? Okay, please call roll.
Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Fraser?
Aye.
Member Fraser, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein? Member Stein?
I'm back.
Sorry, I was muted. Aye.
Okay. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to refer the matter to the Ethics Commission and perform enforcement of the order of determination to produce documents in question under the current Director of Human Resources, and if they are non-compliant, task force urges that ethics find a violation of 6734, willful failure. Is that correct?
Yes. And I'll help you. You send me a draft of that, and then I'll review it. We'll make sure it captures everything. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, if without objection, I'm going to call for a recess. I'm going to call for a recess till 7:45. Seeing no objection, we are in recess. Please mute your microphones and turn off your video. because the recording will still. Cheryl, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
I'm going to step away for just a second.
Okay.
Do we have everyone?
Yep. We can get back on the record.
All right.
Okay. Sorry?
I was just going to tell you the time is 7:47.
7:47. Okay, so we're back in session. 7:47. Okay, so let's pick up our next agenda item.
Item number 9, Chair's Report, Special Projects to be discussed by the Chair.
Okay, great. So this is kind of a continuation from our orientation meeting. Just want to kind of get an idea again, because I really didn't hear from folks on any of these projects per se. Just want to run through them a little bit again, bring up maybe a little bit of urgency for one or the other. The comparative analysis between the California Public Records Act and the Ralph M. Brown Act to the Sunshine Ordinance. So that way we're referencing both when we make our determinations, because what is unique to the Sunshine Ordinance can be overridden by state law in a lot of ways. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here in pandemic land. So we want to make sure that what can be applied and what we can actually apply post March 2020, we have a clear understanding. But at the same time, this is really just in general, because we should be making our orders in congruence with the CPRA and or the Brown Act. That's the first thing. The second one is pandemic related. It's an analysis of the governor's and mayor's executive orders with regards to the CPRA and the Brown Act. I like to call it BOMA, Brown Open Meetings Act, for the sake of abbreviation, and the ordinance with regards to emergencies, catastrophes, disasters, and using the pandemic as a case study, because this isn't going to be the only emergency the region is going to have, right? We're always under a threat of earthquake. You know, the city had a major fire in, 100 or so years ago, so we don't really have a way to, kind of definitively deal with it since the Sunshine Ordinance was created. So those two items I think are pretty essential and important for us. The technology part, I think we'll just leave it to the IT committee, which was to further the development of an order determination searchable database. We'll have a review of the automated metadata system that is now happening. We need another review of the next request system. At the time that we had our first review on it, there weren't that many departments that had adopted it, they were still in kind of a pilot level. I think it's been deployed a lot more. It was basically next request by request is actually the way it was going around the city. If a department requested it, then they got it. So I think we need to see if it's working. It'd be good to get some, have the public have some comment in there so you can get some idea whether it's working from the public side. We can have also from the city side. Is it working for the city side? That kind of thing. And then there's an area around pandemic-related technology, like what we're using here today. Is this actually working for the public and for everybody, all the parties and whatnot? We know it's not working for us because we don't get to have live streaming. And that's something that some of us were talking about. Can we do live streaming ourselves? Well, yeah, of course we can. Just got to have a way on somebody's computer to be able to do it. And so that way members of the public can watch us and then at the same time, and that time, be able to call in and be able to see things in real time. The other issue is around the sharing of slides or documents on the screen. That's something we usually have in our chambers. And we see that in, we don't necessarily see it for public comment in commission meetings, but we do see it for when there are presentations. So I think at least for parties, we should have the parties at least be able to log in and so that they could share and show us documents. It gets a little hard to be flipping around pages, but if they have it, usually they'll kind of put it up on the overhead, and they want us to see something specifically. It makes it a lot easier. The multiple complaint file consolidation. Right now, this kind of goes to answer Member Schmidt's inquiry in one of the cases earlier today. We're having a little bit of scheduling issues around having additional meetings. It's a staff issue. It's a technology issue, as far as who's going to run the platform during it, that kind of thing. And so I'm having a meeting with the clerk next week to kind of hash out how we're going to move that forward. We absolutely have to have our committees running full schedule if we're going to get through this backlog. So, but the multiple, I have to get through that to figure out whether I can actually have another separate meeting. And there's some other ways that I'm thinking we could possibly do that. I'm researching that. Whether maybe it could be under like a passive meeting type of moniker where it doesn't require the full-blown thing. We could possibly just whoever is running those meetings could possibly run it themselves and just make sure there's a recording for the record. So, looking for volunteers.
Bruce?
Yes.
Sorry, this is Laura Stein.
Okay, yes.
I will volunteer to be in the group that compares the Sunshine Ordinance with the California Public Records Act and the BOMA and all of that to kind of map how they relate to each other. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm sorry, CPRA and what?
BOMA? I don't know, called it the Brown Open Meeting Act.
The Brown Act. Yeah.
And the Sunshine Ordinance. Yeah, great. Thank you. Anybody else for that one?
I'm happy to help out on that one as well. This is Member Frazier.
Okay, great.
Great.
Okay, the other one is the analysis during disasters using the using the pandemic as a case study. We have plenty. Of, you don't. It's a review of existing documents, and then seeing what exactly is it, and is that analysis, does it bring up questions that may be counter to current law? Maybe they don't make sense. Maybe it's a rabbit pull out of the hat. Who knows? Who was that spoke up?
That was Lila, Member Lohood. You said, so you want an analysis of disaster planning with regards to the Sunshine Ordinance.
Right.
Using the pandemic as a case study.
Right. And it would be a review of the governor's and the mayor's executive orders in relation to the CPRA, BOMA, and the Sunshine Ordinance. Because we don't, even in the ordinance itself, we don't have any provision for what happens during a disaster. So when they do these executive orders, sky's the limit.
I would volunteer to take that on.
Okay, great.
Member
LaHood and Member Jones neighbors.
Just neighbors.
Just neighbors. Okay, great. Okay. All right, great. That's a good start. I think we have folks that are chairs. I think they've got some additional work that they're doing. So if somebody who doesn't have something, we've got some folks that were interested in working with the IT committee on some of those projects. That's good. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll get those rolling. I'll be in touch with you folks to let you know how you're to hold, either whether you need to hold a meeting, whether or how to do that. We're still trying to figure that out. To make sure that things get recorded properly. Okay, let's open up for public comment.
Yes, please.
Hang on a second. Okay, was that anonymous who spoke up?
Yes, please.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I wanted to speak on the next request issue. So next request has been really fantastic for some segment of the public. Departments that use next request, in my experience, because I've now audited, I believe, every department in the city, they will follow the timeliness requirements. They will give you redaction reasons for every single redaction. They will give you proper legal justification. The reason is because the software forces them to do all of this, and they will give you electronic records. But it has some serious problems. One is if you aren't, it's for people who don't have the ability to access that internet system or may not easily be able to figure out how to use it, it can be a real problem. And agencies aren't very cooperative in giving records to the public through a way that's not next request. And that's not allowed. If there is already one court case that says that you cannot require, that's County of Santa Clara versus First Amendment Coalition, you cannot require the agreement of the public to any extra statutory terms in order to receive public records, any at all. So creating an account, agreeing to terms of service that limit, for example, offensive records, public records that are offensive, you cannot regulate them. The government cannot kind of subjectively censor certain records because their third-party private service provider doesn't want you to be able to share those kinds of records. And so I think next request has a lot of benefits to the public and the city, but it has to be modified, in my opinion, in order to benefit a large number of the population who may not know how to use it. It's not easy to use, frankly, including for people who are very adept at using systems like that. And also because it imposes conditions on the public that are not required by law, including certain things about monitoring your computer activity, certain things about what is and is not allowed to be posted on Next Request. So I do hope someone eventually looks at how the city is using Next Request to implement the PRA and Sunshine Ordinance. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Is there somebody waiting? Would like to be added to the list, please.
You're
Go
next.
ahead. Mr. Warfield, go ahead.
Yes, this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and at the post office via U.S. Postal Service, P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117. First of all, I'm extremely disappointed that this agenda item was almost completely inscrutable. It gave no indication of what these special projects are that were in mind. Neither was there any kind of documentation. All it says is chair's report, special projects, discussion and action of all things. No indication of what the action is, no indication of what the discussion would be about, nothing. So I'm very disappointed by that. Second, I certainly think, and I've said it multiple times before, and even another member of the public commented that the changes that have occurred because of the governor's and mayor's orders, I think the task force would do a huge job for the public, since you presumably have to do it for yourselves to figure out what's legal, what's not, what's required, what's not, to give people a sense in plain English what's changed or what's required, what's not required, and so on. Just plain, simply explain it rather than have people go through these orders which cover everything and not just sunshine. With respect to Next Request, I would very much like to know where did it come from, who made it, what are the rules surrounding it, including at the city level. I consider it a catastrophe, an absolute catastrophe, and an outrage against open government. As an example, I have made requests of the library. I expect to get those things from the extension sfpl.org. If it comes from you or from the government elsewhere, it comes from sfgov.org. So what do I get? I get something that right away looks suspicious. It says something about city, coming from the city. And when I look at the extension, it's got nothing to do with the city, nothing to do with the library, nothing to do with anybody I've ever heard of. And now they're asking me to open something that's in there that looks suspiciously non-specific. It starts out, hi there. Every single thing that you might have been taught to stay away from, delete it immediately. This
Time
looks
is up,
like
sir.
what? Pardon?
Your time is up.
I thought you were going to give me 30 seconds.
I apologize.
Can I have 30 seconds, please? I just want to wrap up. That's just for starters.
You asked the question, Mr. Warfield. You didn't wait for a response.
Okay.
Okay, that's not right. Okay.
I'll wait for a response. I wanted to wrap it up.
Please do so quickly. Thank you.
In every respect, it's a catastrophe. When I send somebody a request, I expect and I believe I have the right to get an answer from that person or to know that somebody else is answering on their behalf. No such indication on what I get. I expect to be able to follow up. There's no indication of anything like what the Sunshine Ordinance requires, and I don't even know where it comes from or whether I should even dare to open it or if it's legit or some kind of a scam or spam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing no public comment. Member Forsley, did you have a comment?
Yes, as I'm new to the committee, I just had a question actually. The speaker was talking about the next request database, I'm assuming. Members of the public who want to file complaints, as I understand it, they don't have to use any next request system, as I understand it correctly. Right. So what actually would any member need to be concerned about in terms of next requests? Like, was there discussion to move towards all of our complaints being submitted through that or something?
No, this was something that was being instituted by the city without our involvement. And so we had asked the contractor, the provider, to come make a presentation, which they did a couple of years ago. And we've just been monitoring it. We've seen how some members of the public have been using it. And so how it's actually been working, and we've just been monitoring it. So now is a good time to check in with them again. See how many departments have deployed it, how well it's working, and at the same time get more public input so that they can hear it and can hear our concerns or phrases.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Anything else, folks, on this subject? All right, let's move on to our next item.
Hang on a second.
This is Member Wong. Can I just ask a point of privilege?
Sure.
Can I just ask that all the members mute themselves if they're not speaking? Thanks.
We ready for the next item?
Yes, please call the next item.
Okay. Item number 10, hearing. Recommendation from the complaint committee regarding existing complaint form and proposed revised complaint form. So you guys should have gotten the information that the complaint committee got, and also the information you guys, the same as what you got in February, but we didn't have time to review.
Well, I'm the chairman now of that committee, and yet I'll defer to those of you who've been sort of more on this as to, we think the form looks fine, and we brought it back, and it's ready to be approved. That's all I know.
Chair Wolf, Member Highland here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just want to make sure what I'm looking at, it looks like an edited version with part 1 of part 2, etc. But it seems like it's out of order. Like the beginning of the form is on page 779. Am I reading that correctly? And then 780, and then it goes back to page 78, 77, and 78 with the body of the form. It'd be nice if this was presented as a, this is how it's going to look, page 1 through 4. Perhaps someone could explain that to us.
Okay, so on pages, and this is at the bottom of the page, E776 through E778. That is a unedited version of the form. Staff had gone through our administrator and Victor, who's also part of the administrative team, had gone through the form, and the edits that they're recommending starts on page E781 through P783.
Got it.
That's why you see 2 forms. You'll see some strike-throughs in some of the, okay?
All right.
So the question here is do we accept the original form without the edits, or do we want to accept the form with the edits, or something else? But we should make a decision on this tonight, so that we can get it implemented.
And just to let you know, I did speak with our IT team, and they would have no problem uploading it and making it a form that people could fill out, even though it's PDF format. But it would allow people to make their comments and make their statements and all that. That's not going to be a problem.
And just to remind you also that this form, the part with the grid on it, it is not a requirement. It is a worksheet. It is to help people kind of think about how they're, how to present their complaint, so that it helps us get to the point of what their issue is much quicker, and it'll help us keep organizing things a lot better. It also will help them organize their presentation of their complaint when it comes to the full task force. Like I said, not a requirement. The form before that is the required form. On page 780.
So, it looks, the edits to be look to improve the form. Firstly, because it will probably reduce the form to 1 page, which I think will be less intimidating to people when they go to fill it out. Secondly, because some of the questions are judgments, not judgments about the application of the policy, as opposed to just reporting what's happened and what they would like to be heard. So I understand those. I would love to hear from the committee kind of the rationale for the strikeout on charging any fees, which is on the first page, and then the complete strikeout of the 3 items on the second page. Could we hear about that?
Whoever wrote that, speak up. Wasn't me.
Those edits were made by actually by Victor. All right, so we have a number of you here. I didn't quite see who came up first, so I'm just going to stop at the top. Member Forsley.
Yes, it's good to know that this portion that starts at P781 is not required. I wonder if we should put some verbiage at the top letting someone filling this out know, like in bold lettering, this is strictly a workshop or a worksheet, but they might not automatically assume that that means it's not required. If we could put like this form, this portion of the form is not required, I think that would help with the gravity of what this looks like when you first get it.
Okay. Vice Chair Yankee.
Sure. So I think first Member Forsley's recommendation is great. I think we tried to do that with the word worksheet, but I think adding some type of maybe disclaimer saying optional worksheet or something along those lines is a good idea. To get to, I think it was Member Neighbors who asked about some of these strike-throughs. I know the complaint committee looked at this, and then it came to the full task force as well. I think with some of the, if I recall correctly, from some of our past discussions, we didn't want this to be a multi-page type of thing that would maybe potentially be intimidating to certain folks. And so, well, obviously all those, even the ones that have strike-throughs on them are potential violations. I think, the various members weighed in our various reviews and thought those are things that are more obscure, a lot less frequent. And while certainly someone is welcome to come forward with any of those types of complaints. We try to limit the form to the most common and the most straightforward ones, so that the form didn't appear too intimidating to, the new people who are just trying to navigate this process, right? We were afraid that if someone saw a 4 or 5 page form asking all those questions that people might just be a little intimidated by it. So I think those were some of the suggestions that members had made. This may have been before some of the new folks joined us. Some of the suggestions that they made for to have Victor strike some of those out. And then just to end, I just want to again thank Anonymous for his work on this, and same to Victor and to Cheryl. I think this is a great tool for members of the public to use, and will help them more cohesively present their cases to us.
Member Lloyd.
Yeah, I think this looks good. I think shorter is better, and I think the edits. I think the things that were cut out will help people navigate this more easily. I wonder if either on this form, or if this form comes with other material or is found on a page that already has it. I want to make sure that people who maybe are trying to file a complaint for the first time know where to find the full text of the ordinance, because some of the things that we decided to strike might be relevant for them, and if they want to take the time to read the full ordinance, do we have an idea for a way to do that? Should it be on this page, or is it on another document that they will have easy access to when they're going to fill this out?
Let's look at the required page.
This is Victor.
Yeah, here.
Links to the full text of the Sunshine Ordinance throughout our page, on our homepage, various other locations throughout our webpage. And then in regards to the application, I believe we can keep the worksheet separate from the application itself, just so there's some separation between the complaint form and the worksheet. We don't have to keep them as one complete document. We can separate them into 2 separate documents available on the same page.
Can I ask a follow-up on that?
Sure.
Just to be clear, so Victor, yes, I know that there are links on our page. I just wanted to make sure for people who so people are going to be accessing this from our page, so that it will be obvious. And if they're accessing it offline, then I suppose they're going to be connecting with someone in some other way who would be able to give them guidance on where to find the full text.
The majority of the people retrieve the complaint form from our website. There have been occasions when people walk into our office and we hand them a paper copy of the complaint form, but that is pretty rare. And at that point in time, we're walking them through the process. They're asking, I want to file a complaint. This is what happened, and we walk them through it, and we hand them a complaint form.
Mr. Malloy is a perfect example of somebody doing that, walking into the office and asking for the forms. And he filled them out by hand, and he returned them to me like the next day or the day after that. He was on top of it.
Okay, great. Let's move on. Member Wong, and then Member Highland. You're on mute. You're on mute, Jen.
Sorry, I unclicked the hand, but not the microphone. I sort of disagree, actually, with the shortened version. I personally like the longer version because it gives people the option to read through these things. I think especially if we say that this whole worksheet is optional. I don't know. I like the idea that this form could potentially help educate people who are new to the process. I do see the argument that it could be more intimidating, but I think having that disclaimer that it's an optional piece to fill out, it's not a mandatory piece, would help with that.
Member Highland?
Yeah, so I guess first off, just a little wordsmithing here. At the top of page 783, This information below will help the SOTF correctly and efficiently judge. I'd rather have process your complaint in there, just that one word. And then as far as the structure of this whole thing, I actually like that timeline further up in the form. So I would recommend, starting with the complainant name, date of request, the beginning bit, and then right above where it says please indicate alleged violation, those check boxes, that's where I'd like to see the timeline, because that's all easy stuff they can do, right? My name, the date of request, who it is. Okay, timeline, I did this, this is all information that's not going to be too it's not going to intimidate people. That they're going to have at their fingertips. Then they get into the nitty gritty. Okay, please indicate alleged violation of Sunshine Ordinance. They may not know what it is. And then right there, see optional worksheet. Second checkbox, see optional worksheet. So it pushes you to that worksheet to then go back more and fill it in, as far as the code and the sections. I think that's a better flow. That's just my 2 cents. And then when we get to the worksheet, adding on to what Member Yankee said, I think something like optional worksheet, brackets, not required, but may help the SOTF process your complaint, close brackets. So that's the wordsmithing that I was going to recommend.
Member Frazier.
Yeah, thank you. And sorry if this had been covered at the latter portion of the last meeting. I'm just curious what our review process is like in general, how frequently we're soliciting input from members of the public in particular about their level of comfort with the form. I think if we have any sort of robust feedback mechanism to know of the folks who are using this form, what is their satisfaction like? And of the folks who considered using the form, why didn't they ultimately complete it? I know that's obviously a larger endeavor, but I just would love to have some institutional knowledge on how that's been gone about in previous years.
Well, we haven't used a form like this before. This is brand new. The only form that we have is on page 780. That's our current form. So next I have Member Neighbors and then Member Forsley.
Thank you. Is there a plan to maybe do some treatment of the form for readability and usability? Because I feel like right now the blocks are pretty, there's the statement and then there's the question and the action. There could be some typographical treatments there that you could do to make that a lot more invitational for users. So I'd just like to recommend that, differentiating those two types of information in each block. And secondly, just to reiterate that this worksheet could really function as a standalone document and could be really useful for folks. And I agree with Member Wong, as an educational document in many ways too, or outreach document. And for that reason, I just want to reiterate Member LaHood's recommendation to include a link to the ordinance at some point in the document, probably near the top, so that it's included on this if people are using it as a standalone document.
Hey, Member Forsley.
Yes, initially when I was reviewing this, like even my reading of it, not knowing what I filled out years ago, like 10 or 12 years ago, I would automatically think that, like we talked about, worksheet means that it's optional. So I would like to say we should definitely add that. But then regarding the strikes, if it's optional, I feel like I would only necessarily think it was needed for the striking of excess information if these were questions that people needed to like meticulously answer or something. I guess it doesn't, I mean, how does it matter if the things that they aren't necessarily obligated to fill out, like why does it matter if they're struck, you know, if people know automatically, hey, you don't have to fill this out at all. I think it does serve in an educational and informational way to kind of leave all of this information in.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so my thoughts are agree. First of all, thank you for that IT would put this into electronic format. I think they will. I think what's necessary is that it be sent to the Disability Council. There is a city, like commission, disability commission, which is made up of people with disabilities from the community and whatnot. That we should have them review it, to form once the electronic form is created. Make sure that it can be used with assistive technology and what have you. I think that's an important factor if we want people to actually use it. I agree, and it actually will possibly make the form longer, not by verbiage, but by spacing, by formatting. So, but once it's online, it shouldn't be too bad. The other thing I can think of is I'm wondering if this, I don't want to slow this process down, but we could tweak it as time goes on. Public documents are living documents and they can change over time, is to possibly categorize the questions that are in here. So is this a public records request? Is it for timeliness? So here are all the questions around timeliness. Is it around, incomplete response? Is it about redactions? And kind of get a little more categorization to help people guide them to the right places, the right questions that they need to focus on. I agree that the URL should be plastered as often as possible to the ordinance so people know where to find it. I take Member Frazier's point on an evaluation, and I think after we get, we could say after the first 20, then we can send out evaluation forms and see if, people will respond. And I also agree that this is not a required form, that it would that we should leave it whole with all the questions in it. By the same time is where should it live? Based upon what Victor was saying, there could be one link for the actual required form, the intake form, and then there'd be another link for the optional worksheet, and it'll be clear in the URL or the link on the web page for that. But in hard copy, it should be provided, as attached to the form, but there be clearly on the first page of the form, the first page of the worksheet, that it's optional. Now, what Member Highland was pointing out on part 2 of 2, I think part 2 of 2 should be required. I think it helps us out tremendously when we can see a cogent timeline of what happened that led to this complaint. That really answers at least 60% of all our questions, because otherwise you're trying to follow things verbally, and people absorb and digest things in different ways. I'm very visual. I like to see things, on written out or in kind of a process flow format. Makes it easier for me to quickly capture what was going on. So I think that like the timeline for events, I think it's really important. The instructions around supporting evidence, I think that's equally important. People sometimes throw the whole kitchen sink in there, as we see. It's really hard. It really is. It's really hard without creating your own bookmarks or post-it note little tabs to separate, kind of an email that has the entire discussion thread that goes on for 10 pages. And you don't know where something begins and something ends. So having something a little more, some instruction about how that will be best received to help your case, your complaint be processed, I think is important. The citations also are important. We have, there are folks that do this work professionally, or they're, very knowledgeable laypersons. They know sometimes what the laws are. They've done some research to back up their complaint and to show that. I think it's important, if they have the ability to provide a citation, that we provide them with a space to do that. The additional explanation part, I don't think that's necessary, because anybody who has more to say, they'll just add a piece of an extra document that they've already created. That usually is what happens. So, because there's usually not enough room on the page to write everything out. So people naturally will do that. So those are my thoughts. And those are my thoughts. Anything else? All right, let's open it up for public comment, and then let's approve this thing. Okay? Public comment on the form. Any public comment?
Please. Yes, please. This is anonymous.
Okay. Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So just as context for some of the new members, I drafted the form at the very beginning of this packet because a number of complainants and petitioners came to the task force about when the task force was allowed to meet again after the emergency order that suspended all meetings. And they came to the task force and said they don't really know what to allege is being violated, and they don't know what to put in a complaint. And because of that, often they can run the risk of losing because they don't have all the data. And not everyone who comes here has legal and financial resources to have lawyers, and they should still have the same ability to prove out their case. So I would urge that if you're going to make a motion, to make it specific, and I would urge that you move that part 2 of 2 is moved to the front. It becomes part 1 of 2. It is required to strike the additional explanation for the same reason the chair just stated, to unstrike the part of the optional worksheet for the reasons many of you stated about education. And the actual, one of the reasons my original sheet is physically longer is because the font size is actually much larger, specifically because I actually found your PDF to use very small font sizes. And I would suggest, in addition to the motion to approve with such changes, that you also move to refer the form to the Mayor's Office on Disability for recommendations to you on accessibility and usability. Thank you very much.
Any other public comment? Last call for public comment.
Yes, this is Tedessa for public comment.
Go ahead. This is on the intake form.
Are you ready, Mr. Tedeschi?
Mr. Tedessa. Hello.
Hello. Is that
Yes.
Tedessa?
Yes.
Yes. Hi. Yes, task force members. A lot of you I don't know or I haven't seen. Just heard. I guess welcome. I am I'm a person who filed complaints in 2017, 2018, and they had to do with one issue, which was my service animal, and the allowing of the city to have my service animal on or off leash, which as a service animal, she is allowed to be off leash as long as she's under control. Now, within that framework, I went about my complaints. I filed them. I did the best I could. I guess I would probably be lumped in the novice filers section, if you will, of the general public. But at the same time, I don't think that people who are filing complaints with you have done some sort of research. We're not all ignorant. We're not all dumb in any way. But there are structures within the task force process that does not allow for fairness, does not allow for due process, and muddles the whole thing. That is my experience. What I found was that a lot of times things would be scheduled separately in my case, when all the other cases were all grouped up in one. There were instances that file numbers that had been long ago just tabled just all of a sudden come up, and I am forced to respond. I did the best I could, and even within those responses, there were still barriers. There are barriers that you don't see that some of us have experienced. When I say some of us, meaning the public. I appreciate Anonymous's work and follow through in all the forums and to make things easy. But I sincerely believe that if there is something that the city does not want you to know, and it is presented to you, you will not know it, nor will the complainant get it. That has been my experience, and I don't know how else to make it more transparent. But the whole system is rigged, and that is my experience. Thank you.
Next speaker. Last call for public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Okay, folks. Let's see if we can get to some consensus here.
So I'll definitely say that I would like the word not required or optional be put on the worksheet page. And then as another committee member suggested, or I think it was a member of the public, that required page 2 definitely needs to be moved underneath page 1. I don't know if that's just a formatting thing with us right now, but that needs to be moved up above. Yeah.
Okay, let me read off what we currently have and correct me if I don't have it all correct. We would want at the top of the what would be part 1 of 2, the narrative at the top of that, there'd be very clearly noted either not required or optional worksheet. That part 2 of 2 be added to the required intake form. That we maintain the full complement of items and questions as originally submitted. that the URL for the Sunshine Ordinance be displayed throughout the website where this will live and where the form is, and in the form, that there will be, after a certain period of time, there will be an evaluation by the users, and that I'm going to suggest that the Disability Council be the ones to review it. And the reason why is because those are members of the public. They're also service providers. They're representatives from disability service providers in the city, and they advise the mayor on disability issues. They work with the mayor's office on disability to ensure ADA compliance, and they hold public meetings. So it allows members of the public that are interested in the work that they do to provide actually more input to help make this better. Okay, anything else? Okay.
Just quickly, I was just going to add, this is Member Frazier, perhaps one easy way we could get, or at least increase the odds of getting robust and regular feedback. Could we just include at the end, if you have any comments on how you'd like to improve this form, please either email us or leave a comment here. Just an idea.
Okay. Okay. All right. Motion. Nobody wants to have this form? We spent all this time on it? Come on.
I was just gonna second everything you just said. Does that not work?
Okay, then that will be my motion. Member Neighbors seconded it. Okay. We've had a considerable public comment already on this. Let's vote. Please call roll. Cheryl, you're muted.
Thank you. Chair Wolf?
Yes.
Chair
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Frazier?
Aye.
Member Frazier, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Okay, this is an extensive motion. At the top of part 1 of 2, narrative. At the top, clearly noted, but not required. Clearly noted, not required, not optional. Part 2, added to the intake form items and questions as originally submitted. URL for Sunshine Ordinance, where it will stay and where it is in the form, and that will be there after a certain amount of time. Asking that the Mayor's Disability Council review the form due to members of the public that work with the mayor's office, and they will work with the mayor's office to assure the disability compliance and will work to make it better. Is that close to what it is, Bruce?
Well, that's what the Disability Council does. You don't need to include that in the motion. Just that it's going to be reviewed by the Mayor's Disability Council.
Okay.
They'll know what to do.
I'm sure they will.
And also
Okay.
there was also with the adding a few suggestions for improving this form.
Yeah, at
Right.
the end, if you have comments on how to improve this form or have comments, please leave a comment here. Yeah, I have that written down.
Okay. And I'll work with staff to make this happen. All right, great. Let's call next item.
Item number 11, Administrator's Report. So let me get to it because my printer conked out on me today and I couldn't print it out. So all of you have the Administrator's Report dated February 24, 2021. Item number 1, tentative hearing scheduled for 2021. Of course, this is subject to cancellation due to COVID-19 emergency. Petitions and complaints. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 7 new cases last month in February. We had a decrease in the total number of complaints from 2019 due to Mr. Hart's decision to withdraw his complaints. I did include the new cases that came in. The minutes of the complaint committee are included. And then for the month of February, I had about 104 emails to respond to, and that does not include all the telephone calls, and I can't say office visits, but telephone calls that I get from people, and I get them all the time, and it's no big deal. And then you will see the complaint committee minutes, and then a list of all the emails that I got. Anybody have questions?
Any questions?
Matt?
Not specifically to you, Cheryl, but just I didn't know if in general this might be a good time to have a discussion about committee assignments, since I know, Cheryl, that's something you try to deal with about committees and such, and I'm not sure we've really taken a look at our committee membership since we have our new folks on.
Actually, we
did.
have already settled all that.
Oh, you did? Oh, I'm sorry.
We did.
Yeah, we did that. We did it at a previous meeting, and I had asked people who had not picked a committee to do so to me directly, and we have that all worked out already. And so you're off the hook, Vice Chair Yankee. Except for the IT committee.
I was going to say he still chairs IT.
So could you let me know which one I'm on still? Or maybe we can review. Maybe we just so it's public, we can review who's on what committee, so we all know. Since I'm not sure we all know that.
And just update it on our website ultimately.
Yeah, because it's not on the website, Cheryl. So I don't know who's on.
Yeah, I'll take care of that.
You escaped from me.
No, I didn't. You're the chair of the complaint committee.
But he's not on it anymore, it looks like.
No, it's not. That started this month. Okay, the way it goes is so complaint committee, yeah, that needs to be updated on the website for sure.
Yeah, on the website it does, because we only decided last month. So Dean is chair of complaints, and Laura Stein, and did I pronounce this correctly? Kai? Is that how it's pronounced, your name?
It's Kai.
Kai. Kai. Okay, I'll try to remember that. And Kai Forsley. That's the complaint committee. And while we're discussing committee memberships, what I wanted to do was ask what committee is going to meet? Is it going to be compliance this month, or is it going to be EOT? Because we kind of left that open at the last committee meeting, or at the last task force meeting.
Who met last?
Last month was complaints and compliance and amendments.
So then EOT. That's
In March?
EOT's.
All right, and EOT will be taking on cases that can be heard?
EOT will take on cases that complaints is overflowed on. It really needs to come from complaints as to what is overflow. So I think you really need to work with Dean on developing the agenda for complaints, and then move other things out. But yeah, continue doing that. I'm trying to work on trying to get the committees. So currently complaints meets every month.
Correct.
Complaints and amendments and EOT meet every other month, staggered. Okay, trying to get both those committees to meet monthly until we can get through the backlog, because everything is back to bottlenecked at the committee level to prepare. So because that's an important spot.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. I just wanted to say that I prepared an agenda for Dean Schmidt, for Dean, and he approved it for the complaint committee. And so I wanted to prepare one tomorrow for either EOT or compliance. And I guess it's going to be EOT, so I'll have Chris review it.
Okay.
And it'll be cases that can be heard.
Okay. Then I would also suggest that for the items that the committee is charged with outside of hearing complaints, that you make enough room and time for that on your agendas. That goes for both committees.
What date are we talking about, Cheryl?
So that'd be the end of March. It'd be the 4th week. Oh, and I wanted to let everybody know that I will be on vacation the week of the 22nd. So Victor will be handling that committee meeting. For EOT, they'll meet on March 23. It's the 3rd week.
Chair Wolf, you just said something about Cheryl and I we will be screening or looking at or sending to the other committees. That seems to be something that I should talk to Cheryl about, and I probably should do it pretty soon. And it looks like that would be for every committee meeting from today on. Does that sound about right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Cheryl, you and I will talk very soon about that.
All right. We can talk tomorrow. What's your day look like?
Can you do that offline?
Much better now.
All right.
So can you please connect offline by email?
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that. Yeah.
Good.
So I just want to say that the process is that the complaint committee is the primary committee that receives really all the complaints. If the complaint committee gets overflowed, then the chair should be able to decipher what complaints the complaint committee should be hearing and what else is overflowed to go to the other committees. You don't necessarily have to design which complaints is best suited for one committee or the other. They're both equally authorized to hear complaints, just like the complaint committee. So,
well, I know that the committee right now is not. I don't feel like it's overflowed, but I do see that backlog number, which I feel like it can't be sustained at this backlog number. So I'm ready to start, pushing things through in any way that I can be involved in that, so that we, bring that number way down.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dean.
Okay. Anything else, Cheryl?
No, that's it. I'm sorry, Matthew.
Yeah, if we could just, I think we stopped on the membership of the complaints. If we could run through all the committees.
All right.
Sorry.
Compliance. compliance members are Chair LaHood, Jennifer Wong, and Laurie Jones Neighbors.
EOT.
And I was just going to do that. Hang on a second. EOT. Well, that's a good question. EOT. Who else is on there?
We
Me, myself, and I. That's 3 people. I know Kevin Frazier expressed interest.
Kevin, you still with us?
Yes. Yeah. I would love to join, and I think I corresponded with Chair Highland.
Yep, and I have the email from all that, and I have it in another file.
So we need one more.
I can join. This is member.
And who is that? I'm sorry. Lori?
No, this is member Padmanabhan.
Oh, hi, Jay. Yeah, okay. Okay.
And Cheryl, if we can make that a 5:30 p.m. meeting on the 23rd, that would certainly suit me.
5:30. Okay.
If that works for everyone else.
I'm just gonna need to. Yeah, I'm just gonna need to check my midterm schedule, and I will get to you all soon. Sorry about that.
Yeah, just check your schedule and let both of us know, like Chris know and me, please.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Do we have rules in IT?
Thank you all. In IT, yes. That's
Rules.
you, me, and Jen Wong.
And rules?
Oh, rules. Yes, rules. Whose rules?
Because I said I would. Remember Hinsey had been chairing it. I said I would if you need that.
Okay. We don't necessarily have to do rules today. So we can, I want to try to close out the meeting shortly. If you're interested in rules, it doesn't mean that often. You know, just connect with me or Cheryl or Matt. And yeah, Jen.
I think member Forsley had also expressed interest in the IT committee.
Oh, did you? Is that correct?
Yes, I did. I didn't know if it was I didn't. Thank you for mentioning that, Member Wong. I did express interest. I didn't. I was going to get more information to see if it was ad hoc or it was a regularly meeting committee offline. But if you know now, you could let me know.
Yeah, it's ad hoc as needed. But considering some of the items that we discussed earlier tonight, you know, around the special projects, you know, those items are actually have been on IT's agenda for some time, and we just haven't, because we didn't have a full complement of the task force. We haven't been meeting. So now that we do, we can fire it up again. It's ad hoc. It would have to be, you know, held as a regular kind of committee meeting. So that's part of, you know, some of these discussions I need to have with the clerk in order to be able to make that happen. I don't want to disrupt the flow of getting the backlog, you know, kind of wound down a bit. So we'll figure it out. But I'll let you know. Same thing with rules. Rules is ad hoc. When it needs to be, they only meet when when the task force actually says we need the rules committee to check this out. Generally, it's a good time to review the bylaws and and see if they need to be updated in any kind of way. Because the current time, it's again a living, a living document. So that's it.
I
Is
think
that okay with you, Matt?
Yeah. In an earlier meeting, I'd expressed that I'm happy to do rules as well. So you
Okay,
can
great.
let Chair like.
Great. So Vice Chair Yankee will chair rules. And Member Highland wants to join rules. If somebody else wants to, great. Okay. All right. I don't think there's any other committees that we have. Just read your charge. If you have any questions about it, or you want to change it or whatever, have that discussion in the committee. I like that compliance and amendments are back to reviewing orders of determination, to monitoring them. That's really important. And Member Highland has been reporting that there's some interest in trying to get some training. We've had some questions about training from certain commissions. I think what was the last one that asked for that? Animal Care and Control Commission. They were asking a question about it. Didn't really apply to us. But we want to encourage city deliberative bodies and even custodians to engage us more. We are supposed to be engaged by the city attorney's office with regards to the Good Government Guide, and they never do. And so, this is a requirement in the ordinance, it never happens. So anything we can do to, provide outreach. If you get neighborhood groups or, folks like that, that you want to do speaking engagements, feel free to do it. That really helps people know that we exist. So that should be of some subject with education outreach and training committee. So I'm sure Chris will get that ball rolling and the rest of you. Okay, let's open up a public comment on the administrator's report, and then let's try to wrap this up.
Yes, anonymous, please.
You ready, sir?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. One thing that was discussed here was how committees handle backlog. It's really in your commentary, not necessarily in the written report, but you've discussed it, so I think I'm allowed to comment on it. But one thing that I've noticed is the end agenda that either this full task force or a committee will have has often a lot fewer things on it than what was originally proposed by the clerk when there's like this notice of hearing and then you have end days to give documents. And, that's often because some of us, and I know I had to do it once, is like with more than 5 days before the hearing, you want to postpone something and you're able to do that. But I was wondering if there's any way, like there was at the last compliance meeting, a different complainant had six items on the agenda. And that complainant withdrew those items. And those are slots that other members of the public could use. And I was just wondering if there's a way for the task force to be able to kind of, when people either withdraw or say, I can't make it that day, have someone else do it. And I don't know if it's just too late by that time to open up those slots, but it's a good percentage of agenda slots that happens to. So you may want to consider something like maybe the notice is even earlier so that if that person drops out, you can always still, within the time required to put on the agenda, send a notice to someone else. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Yes, President Degasa. Hello?
I heard you just a second. Go ahead, Denta.
Hi, task force members. So I guess let me try to do this way. In terms of my I'd like to have this is my official requesting the compliance and amendments body meet regarding my access to City Hall and my orders of determination for file number 18028, and also the order determination for City Hall building management. They both were found for willful violations, yet I have not heard from anyone from the Compliance and Amendments department regarding that. So if we're going to really be fair and going to really be going after these orders and determinations, what happened to mine? And I'm also officially requesting through this call the order determination for 18010. Again, 18010. I never got an order of a determination. That case was filed in February 23rd, 2018. It was heard on March 27th, 2018. I was not there because of the sheriff's officers not allowing me to go actually to that meeting. Because of that date, March the 27th, when I was supposed to be upstairs fighting my cause, I was not able to. I then I sent the administrator a email saying that I was not able to attend and to file a complaint against the sheriff's office. That was file number 18028. So if I can please have a determination for 18010 and also a follow-up on the two orders of determination for 18028 and then 18011 for the City Hall and the Sheriff's Office. Thank you very much.
Next speaker. Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing none. Public comment is closed. Let's call the next item.
Item number 12, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Task Force.
Have at it, folks. Member LaHood.
Yes, so we have had come up several times in compliance and amendments, and maybe it has come up in this meeting too, a request that the instructions on the agenda include details on how to mute and unmute yourself. I have never called into the system. I don't know if it tells you to do that, but there's been a repeated request from members of the public that we include that information in the agenda.
Yeah, actually, we think we discussed this at the last meeting. So, Cheryl, let's make sure we get that happening. I think actually the instructions from the Board of Supervisors is actually worthwhile.
So can we just copy and paste whatever they do and stick it in ours?
Yeah, I think that'll work.
So
I mean, they have a different kind of system, but I think we can massage it.
Is this information you want me to include, like on the cover page of the agenda, how to unmute yourself?
Yeah, that if people are calling into the meeting, that they should put themselves on mute unless they intend to speak at points when public comment is invited.
Yeah, right now all it has is just the phone number and the meeting ID with no other instructions. There does need to be some instructions there. And if you look at the Board of Supervisors agenda, I think they have it pretty explicit. No, actually, they don't. Yeah, I thought I saw something there. Oh, maybe it's down further. All right. Well, we'll find some verbiage for that. Yeah, remote access to information and participation. They have a whole section in there just before roll call. But it doesn't. It actually doesn't. They don't have it. All right. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll get some verbiage going for that.
We'll be the trailblazers.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Vice Chair Yankee, go ahead.
Just real briefly, I was just thinking based on one of the files that we heard earlier today, and maybe it's some future agenda item either for the full task force or perhaps one of the committees, if we wanted to perhaps reach out to either the DA's office or the Ethics Commission staff and see if perhaps they wanted to have a conversation with us about how best to deal with some of these enforcement issues going forward. Just so we could streamline that process, perhaps.
Right. So at the Ethics Commission, our contact there is Jeff Pierce. He heads up the investigative team, and he's very easy to talk to. And we, Member LaHood and I have had a meeting or two with him about this very subject to try and figure this out. So I'm sure he'll be very open to having that conversation again, and feel free to take the lead on it.
I'm happy to reach out and see if either group would like to give a short presentation to us and maybe answer some questions if the group's interested in that. Okay.
Reach out to him. You could also reach out to the chair of the new chair of the Ethics Commission.
And do you happen to have a contact at the DA's office that might?
I connect with generally with DA Boudin himself, but and I can certainly, his email is chesa.boudin@sfgov.org. It's just out there. But I have to look back at some old emails that I might have of him. There may be another contact. I don't know.
You can let me know. That's fine.
Yeah,
fine.
but even if you just email him directly, he'll put you in touch with somebody in his office. I'm sure since the time I've spoken to him, there probably has been some turnover. So
sounds good. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Go for it. Anybody else? Okay, any public comment?
Yes, anonymous, please.
You ready, sir?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. If you're going to improve the usability of your agenda in the way that was just discussed, I think that's a great idea. There's two other things you might want to do that have been brought up. One is at the top of the second page of your agenda, you say that you can go to the SOTF website to be updated on how COVID is affecting legislative process. I think that's just a copy paste from the Board of Supervisors. So you probably don't want that there. And something that's been mentioned a few times at the task force is the affordance for the attachments in these PDFs is missing, right? People who are familiar with how websites work don't understand that you can click a black, ununderlined, non-blue thing that says attachment. So if you're going to change the agenda formatting, please add an affordance for hyperlinking on the attachments and make them blue and underlined. And I know when I first came here, I was totally confused where the information for my packets were, but please consider doing that as well. Thank you very much.
Just to clarify that, Anonymous, I make it clear in the instruction when I send out the link to hover over the description, and then you will get your attachments. When I send out the link, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, but Cheryl, for the general public, doesn't have that instruction.
For people who are participating in the meetings, yes, they do.
Can it not be in blue?
Public.
It's not in blue.
Available for everyone.
It is available for everyone. And what I do is when we have an email, we have a link, I put it in an email format, and in the to section of who gets it, all the parties are listed. And in the email, it says, "Dear SOTF parties, this is the committee and the date it's meeting. Here is the link. Hover over, just put your cursor over the description of your complaint and I mean, I'll look for another way to say it, but I think it's pretty clear.
Perhaps Victor can help us. If it could just be a blue hyperlink, no explanation needed.
Right. I mean, the general public, Cheryl, if they go to our website and just download our PDF, they're not going to see that instruction.
I'll just
So
say, this is Laura Stein. I also missed it the first time I did my packet. I kind of missed it at first that I just had to hover. So I do think if it had been another color, I would have known instantly, no explanation needed.
All the descriptions are in black.
Yeah, but everything else is in black too. And you know, like public comment is not linked. So that's what we're saying. This is an accessibility issue.
All right.
I just note that on page 5 of the agenda that there is blue hyperlink, so obviously the agenda can support blue hyperlinks.
Yes.
Right. There we go. Moving on.
Public comment when I have a chance, please.
Okay, but okay. Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
Hang on.
Well, never mind.
When is my time starting?
Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and by mail, U.S. Postal Service at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117. You should be identifying specific explanatory documents in your agenda because there are people who don't get it, as you have heard on your own, even if they have computers. And there are other people who don't have computers or don't want to use computers and who actually use a thing called paper. In fact, if you look at something I have referenced before that the mayor's office of whatever put out, it's called the City and County of San Francisco Digital Equity Strategic Plan 2019 to 2024. In the introduction, in the beginning, it says, in the mayor's own words, that more than 100,000 people basically don't have access to the internet. Basically. And in the back, there are several appendices that represent the research of a company that they hired to do some statistics. And there, they found, not surprisingly, who has the least access of those who don't have access. And surprise, surprise, whites on top, blacks on the bottom, Latins and Asians in the middle, with specific numbers. Who among income groups has the least access? Folks making under $25,000 a year, 59% have access. That means 41% don't have access if they're basically low income. And it gradually rises till the folks with 200,000 have 98%.
30 seconds, sir.
I have 35 seconds on my timer. There are great inequities in access. There's no reason you shouldn't have blue to indicate it, but it doesn't show up in black and white copies. It should state explanatory documents and then state the exact name so that somebody with a copy or a photocopy or an original piece of paper can say, I would like to see whatever, the administrator's report or file number such and such. That's it. It needs to be explicit.
Your time is up, sir.
Next speaker. Okay, hearing no public comment, more public comment. It is closed. Let's move to our next item.
Item number 13, adjournment.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Real briefly, I thought I saw Member LaHood and Member Forsley's hands up at some point.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not see that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Member Forsley.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, generally I tend to bristle at types of demographic statistics like that. And blue hyperlinks isn't gonna fix those type of things. So I think it's important that we focus on the things at hand.
Okay. Member LaHood.
Well, I was going to say this earlier in terms of the links. I know right now it's about hovering over a whole paragraph, and I'm sure that that procedure was developed at a time when it made sense to make it easy to just click anywhere. It might actually be easier if less is clickable. That if just the file number and the word attachments, maybe just those things in each area are blue and underlined and clickable. And I think it'll make it a little more obvious that there's something, that there's an attachment there. That's it.
Okay. We'll work with it, see what we come up with for the next meeting.
Can I
All
just,
right.
oh, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say that I actually also agree with the last comment by the public, that I think it's much more clear if you have the name there of the document that you're going to link to. I think it makes sense in terms of people who, may not have access to technology and are reading a printed version of an agenda. But also just even in terms of clarity for people who are using the technology, I think to name what the document is that they're going to link to is just, it's just more clear.
Okay. Last thoughts? All right. Now, adjournment. Shall we adjourn? Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to adjourn.
I'll second
Moved
it.
Moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by, sounded like Member
Laura
Stein.
Stein, yeah.
Yes, okay, great. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, folks.
It
Good
is
meeting.
9:23.
Thanks,
Have a good
everybody.
one.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.